Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. We'll get started shortly. Good morning, everyone. We'll give folks another minute to join and then we'll get started. All right, as folks continue to trickle in, it looks like we have critical mass, so we'll go ahead and get started. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the third workshop of the Future Grid Study Workshop Series. I'm Neha Bazaj. I'm a director at Gridworks. I'm helping to lead this work for the CPUC. I'm joined by Jay Griffin and Serena Soor. Serena, next slide. So as I mentioned, this is the third of 3 workshops in the Future Grid workshop series. Workshops 1 and 2 were held in February and March and covered the operational needs needed to ensure needed for the future grid, as well as identifying gaps. And today we're focused on developing recommendations to address gaps that were identified as part of workshop 2. Following this workshop, we will no longer see all of you on a monthly basis on Zoom, but we will be heads down putting together the future grid study, compiling all of the information and feedback that you all shared in all 3 of the workshops. And then that is anticipated to be done this summer, at which point the commission will be seeking comments on it. And anyone who is a party in this proceeding will have an opportunity to provide comments on the future grid study, which will form the record for any decisions that come out of it. Next slide, please. So just a reiteration of some of the next steps. If for some reason you're not able to stay with us for all 6 hours today, or you just want to go back and relive it, today's presentation and a recording of the workshop will be available at Gridworks website, as well as we will be producing a summary of today's meeting and sharing that out with the service list, as well as posting it on our website. And as I just mentioned, all of the workshop summaries and all of the feedback and input that you all have provided will go into the future grid study published in 2024, and parties will have an opportunity to comment on that. Next slide, please. So getting into the meat of what we are doing today, we will review the operational needs and gaps that were identified by folks in workshops 1 and 2. You can see the 2 questions that we posed here. And then after a brief review of those, we will be spending the bulk of our time trying to develop ideas and solutions to the gaps to achieving those needs. Next slide, please. All right, so full agenda today. As I mentioned, we're all together here today for 6 hours. So we do have a number of breaks throughout the day. Please take them, please use them, and obviously take care of your own needs as you have them. But we are covering 5 topics today. You can see them here with a couple breaks throughout the day. And this agenda is also available on our website if you want to take a peek at it throughout the day. Next slide, please. So today we're gonna keep everything in Zoom, we're not using any other tools. So any questions that you have, feel free to put them in the Zoom chat. If you would like to share your question or comment out loud, please raise your hand, and Jay or myself will call on you and unmute you as we move through the queue of people who would like to speak. And then on that same note, please do stay muted unless you are speaking. I think as of right now, there are 77 of us in this Zoom room. And so it's helpful to be able to hear everyone if everyone else can stay muted. All right. Before I hand things over to Amanda Singh, Commissioner Houck's Deputy Chief of Staff, just want to ask if, as you're able to put into the chat your name, the organization that you're affiliated with, and if there's any particular topic that you are particularly interested in hearing about today. And with that, do that at your leisure. And with that, I'll turn things over to Amanda.
Thank you so much, Neha. And good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. As Neha mentioned, I'm Commissioner Houck's Deputy Chief of Staff, Commissioner Houck is the assigned commissioner for this proceeding, the high DER proceeding. She's unfortunately unable to be here today, but I have some short remarks that she asked me to share with all of you. First, I want to start by conveying the Commissioner's sincere thanks to Gridworks for hosting and moderating this workshop series that was held over the last few months on this topic. These workshops have been extremely helpful in facilitating conversations between all of the interested parties and stakeholders on distribution system operator roles and responsibilities as we continue our transition to high DER future. Today, as Neha mentioned, we're here for the final workshop in the three-part workshop series on evaluating operational needs to efficiently operate a high DER grid and developing recommendations to address any gaps. Gridworks has put together and disseminated to parties an operational needs matrix, as well as discussion questions on 5 key topics, which we're going to go through today. So the implementation of flexible generation interconnection, scoping of an IOU system upgrades to support dynamic rates, DER visibility to both DSOs and CAISO, roadmap for distribution level grid services from flexible load energization, and last but not least, data sharing in a high DER future. Commissioner Houck's really appreciates your participation and input on each of these topics. And even though she's not here today, she plans to watch the workshop recording when it's available and looks forward to reviewing party and public comments for this track of the proceeding. So thank you for that. And I'll turn it back over to Gridworks to facilitate the discussion. And I will be here all day. So I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda, and thanks for sticking through it with us throughout the whole day today. With that, I'm going to pass things over to Jay Griffin to get us started. Thanks, Jay.
Thanks, Neha. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jay Griffin, a senior fellow at Gridworks. Appreciate the opportunity to work with you today, and also want to extend my appreciation to the Energy Division staff who have supported us all along. Assigned Commissioner and Amanda, your support throughout this. So looking forward to the work today. We're going to go through 5 different topics that have been, among many that have been identified as operational needs, but we thought was worth highlighting in our final workshop here and getting some more facilitated discussion. And to prompt that, I first wanted to go through some of the work that we've been doing since workshop number 2, and also building on the list of operational needs identified in workshop 1. So if we can advance to slide 1, please. So this, our matrix that has been sent around to the group and is building off of the list of operational needs that folks have submitted to, came up through the discussion in workshop 1. We pulled in the information that we heard in the presentations, as well as shared in online with Zoom and Slido. What we have not, and we've tried to categorize the range of operational needs that were identified. What we did not try to do is really do heavy editing to what you shared with us, or limit or filter out things at this point. So this list reflects, the input that we received with a effort to categorize it, but not further curation of the list beyond that. And so if we can, so this was the culmination of workshop 1 and the first portion of the discussion of workshop 2. Now, if we can step ahead one more slide. The work that we did since then, building on the materials that we received and discussed in workshop 2, was to follow through with some more review of the work that the IOUs are doing to support high DER future and grid modernization. So we looked at all of the different workshop presentations provided by the investor-owned utilities, and with the focus on how their current and proposed grid modernization plans would likely support the different operational needs that have been identified in workshop 1. So we reviewed that material. That's identified up here at the top. We reviewed the grid modernization progress reports that have been submitted to the Energy Division, as well as they've been posted on our website now. And so going through that material, tried to identify 3 different questions here. One is, what is the status of a certain operational need in 2024? There are particular slides in the IOU's workshop that did, or the IOU's presentation, the last workshop, that focused on that question. So we tried to characterize the state of the grid operational need in 2024, then some assessment of if the grid modernization plans are fully implemented, would that capability be met? And if not, is there some remaining gap? If the plans are implemented as expected, in some cases there may still be gaps, in some cases that's covered. So we try to answer these 3 questions in doing this high-level review. The spreadsheet that's been sent around is the work product of that review process that's happened over the past few weeks. And what I want to do is, in the next slide, we can walk through what one of these areas looks like, and one of those areas is going to be a topic of discussion today. So if we can step forward one more slide. So if you look at the spreadsheet that's been sent around, you'll see that this is the first row in it. And the operational need, which is expressed by lots of different participants in the first workshop, was the importance of DER visibility to the distribution system operator. And if we look, and so the first column of the spreadsheet lists out the different operational needs that were identified. The second column is an assessment based on the materials that have been provided and some discussion with IOUs themselves on what's the expected capability in 2024. And the main takeaway from that is through those materials and discussions, what's been characterized for all DERs over 1 megawatt, systems are in place to ensure levels of visibility and some levels of control, particularly with some of the different aggregated DER resources. And each of the IOUs provided some additional detail on their expectations in 2024. Then looking through and what they proposed in their plans, they're building on those capabilities through the further implementation of the grid modernization plans. So what we've tried to work on here is that from the assessment so far, it looks like this grid need is actually mostly covered if all of the plans are implemented fully. We thought this was an important topic to highlight for discussion today. So that would be, remember, that's topic number 3. But this also gives you overview and some introduction to the work that's happened since our last workshop. And if you go into the materials that were sent, we've tried to do as much, cover as all of the operational needs as best as we could, given the sources of the information that I shared on the last slide. So that's a fairly quick run through of the work that's been done on the gap analysis here. I did want to pause brief for some discussion or questions. I think Tam had a question, why was review IO, why this level of visibility is necessary for small DERs. I think we're not gonna, I think what we want to characterize here is what is the expected I mean, these have been proposed in the plans. I don't think we're wanting to wind back to the first workshop and discuss exactly what's needed. I think when we do get to the topic 3, we will ask, what further actions are needed and the timeline for implementations. We may have some ability for discussion. But I think what I would like to do is just see further questions on this level of analysis itself and what will happen next. Okay. Not seeing any hands raised or comments. I think we can scroll forward one. So that will take us to, we're going to cover for our first 2 topics here before the break. And that first topic will, Serena, if you can step ahead. We wanted to, it just as an overview of the 5 topics, I think as we had reviewed the gaps and operational needs, and particularly our discussion in the last workshop, we did want to highlight certain topics to go through the work that's been done and make sure that we get some more specific discussion and recommendations to the commission. And those topics were generally selected because they were identified, through the course of the gap analysis, through the operational needs and the surveys of folks that we did in the last workshop. And generally, there's a lot of work currently going on underway on these, and have been identified, I think, as high priority needs generally for the high DER future. So the first one that we want to talk about here, really these first 2 should not be controversial, and we're hoping will generally go fairly smoothly, as they're involving lots of work that's already going on. So what we wanted to do is briefly discuss work that's going on with flexible generation connection, and the emphasis here is on the generation side. So this is on DER generation-based resources. We'll talk about flexible energization of load later. But the general background here, there's lots of work going on in California at the commission on this topic. But as a broad overview, if we look here on the first column, most hosting capacity analyses, at least as I'm aware of in the country, start and stop at this first column. The utilities will identify that they'll increase the levels of DER in the system until you hit some sort of reliability or operational constraint, and that becomes the limiting factor for hosting capacity for that circuit. So particularly, there's probably generally a few hours of the year where you may hit that constraint, but you have other potential for greater amounts of generation the remainder of the year. So if you could find ways to make it through that constrained period, in this case, limiting some of the exported generation from DER systems, you can move into the second column. And so by having multiple different capacity values here, allows better utilization of the grid. And these are basically, they're set on on a scheduled basis. And then if we move all the way to the right, you could imagine a more dynamic situation involving more communication between the operator and the DER, and that would allow you more flexibility in meeting those high-risk periods, limiting generation during the high-risk periods, and utilizing the grid more fully in other periods. So that's the conceptual overview of how we see the progression of flexible flexible generation interconnection working. And want to give some of the background on setting up the question here of what work that's going on at the commission now. So we can step forward one more slide. So this is an overview of the different proceedings going on in the top here, the different policy related questions dealing with flexible interconnection. So if we look at the first topic here, there is an interconnection docket where the key work that's going on is factoring in the results of the ICAs into the interconnection process and using that to help develop the limited generation profiles. There's been some fairly significant decisions made recently on that topic. In this proceeding, there's a staff proposal out on the process for updating, improving those ICAs and the data portal supporting them. And in track 3, the Smart Inverter Operational Working Group issued their report earlier this year, and a lot of the basis for the firm and non-firm use cases for export limitations and the resulting capacity agreements and updates to IT systems. There's a ton of important material on that topic in there. So that's a backdrop of a lot of where a lot of the important policy related developments are going on. And if we look at the technical feasibility of things that need to be implemented, there's various levels of updates to these systems under development, the ADMS, DERMS, and the data portals. They'll need to, we can see, need to be supporting the flexible interconnection and the limited generation profiles. So we go through this, I believe we go through this for a couple of reasons. One, there's a lot of it. One, this is identified as a key operational need. This will allow California to move to the high DER future, utilize its existing grid capacity as the demand for more distributed generation continues to increase. There's a lot of work going on across the commission, across these different dockets. So this is part and work that needs to be coordinated with multiple different departments at the utility. So this is, by design, a process that has a lot of different moving parts. So we really want to ask the question, have the focus here. If you sit above all of those different moving parts, what are the key timelines that you need to monitor and milestones to make sure things come together so that you do have an effective, flexible generation and implement limited generation profiles effectively. That's the broad overview and the context for the questions and the discussion we hope to generate here, and feedback we hope to get for the commission. So we can step forward. On this topic, we posed 2 questions to the group that we want to get your feedback on. So given that broad overview and the number of existing dockets going on in important areas where work is happening, broadly speaking, when you step back from that, what milestones should the CPUC be monitoring to make sure flexible generation is fully implemented, one, both through the grid modernization plans, but also just the broadly effective option for customers in the marketplace. And then related to that, what other actions should the CPUC consider? Okay, so I want to stop on the first question and encourage your dialogue to help us better understand what milestones need to be monitored to make sure these pieces come together, and then that we can use that to help inform the commission. So we can encourage a brave soul to step forward and offer their thoughts on what the commission should be monitoring here across the various different parts that need to come together for flexible generation interconnection. Tam's our brave soul of the morning.
Yeah, good morning. Seeing no one else step up, I'll volunteer here. So, like you said, this is a complex set of issues and across 2 complex proceedings. I want to just comment on something I've raised in the last meeting, is the need to, I think, more clearly delineate the scope between each proceeding regarding ICA and interconnection tariff changes, et cetera. GPI is agnostic as to where things should be, but it should be clearly delineated where they are. And currently, R.21-06-017 has been stalled for some time. So I'd love to have an ALJ ruling on that issue. More generally, the issue of ICA accuracy and LGP, flexible generation interconnection, et cetera. I want to kind of just float an idea that we're fleshing out in our comments due at the end of the month. We've now been almost 10 years working on the ICA in terms of making an actionable and accurate interface, and it's still nowhere near there. We're finding out, working with IREC, et cetera, that it's still, pretty subpar. It seems like after 10 years, we should be thinking about different approaches, and we're going to float the idea of having a third party manage and operate ICA. I wanted to just kind of put that out there for discussion. If it's not appropriate right now, that's fine, but I want to see what the PUC staff and other parties think of that idea.
I think I want to hold on. That was not, I think that's beyond the scope of the question here on flexible generation, having an independent entity in charge of interconnection.
That's fine. Yeah, I guess maybe add though for number 2, I think that's certainly within the scope of your question here. So if it's not appropriate right now, that's fine, but maybe later in a discussion today.
Point taken. Thanks, Tam. And actually I had a question here. Can you identify the organization you're working, or yourself and the organization you're working on behalf?
Yeah, Tam Hunt, GPI, the Green Power Institute.
Great, thanks. Gabe, you've got thanks for raising your hand. Sorry, I've got Gabe Petland from the Energy Division. Okay, you've raised your hand. Did you run out?
Is this
there we go.
now? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, we can hear now.
The headphone
Thanks.
connection wasn't quite there. So partially raised my hand as a placeholder in case no one else does. So I really want to encourage stakeholder participation. So if no one else is currently raising their hand, I will happily offer a few thoughts, but the goal here is to hear from as many of you as possible. So on these questions, a few thoughts are on one, I think it would be important to have a good visibility into the technology roadmaps needed to enable the operational capability of implementing flexible generation. And then on 2, I think it's good to think about where this should be housed from a procedural standpoint. If folks from Interconnection are here today, they could better speak to this, but my understanding is the scope of the interconnection proceeding that addresses issues related to this has been completed. And so it's not there isn't a clear place or home that I'm aware of for this to be addressed. So I think that's an open question, that could be hopefully addressed in the near future, as in what proceeding would this issue get addressed if it is addressed. So I'll leave it there and see if anyone else wants to jump in.
Thanks, Gabe. We have a number of people jumping in. So I think Sam and Golding, you had your hand up first. And thanks,
Great.
Gabe.
Thanks.
Go ahead, and I'll just I put a comment in the chat here. People, please feel free to share your written feedback in the chat. We'll be monitoring that, but also it's another way we can record the feedback in the meeting here. So apologies, Sam, for interrupting, but I just wanted to broadcast that. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Jay. Yes, Samuel Golding on behalf of UCAN. I think Tam's suggestion of an independent third-party administrator has a lot of merit for consideration, and regarding the need to kind of expand and accurately track the parameters for DER assets that are interconnected, particularly with more dynamic capacity schedules. I'll just point out that the DER register database function that UCAN is advocating for also has merit in this context. So this would provide a standardized way statewide of making sure that we are tracking all of the asset attributes necessary to kind of have a comprehensive view of distributed energy resources.
Thanks, Jay. I want to ask, I'd like to have one clarifying question
Sure.
on the independent, basically, on the independent entity overseeing interconnection. How would that, having been in the middle of many of these disputes, I can understand the question or the need for it and the concern people have, but can we be more specific how you think that would help with the implementation of flexible interconnection well, how's that gonna, or is there anything specific to that would help with flexible generation interconnection, or is that just a recommendation for process improvement overall?
Well, I'll let Tam respond to the independent third-party administrator part of that question, but regarding the utility of deploying a standardized approach to maintaining a comprehensive database of DER attributes, I think that Australia's DER register is a real-world example of how stakeholders come together, decide how which asset attributes should be tracked, and how to most efficiently kind of maintain and update those requirements over time. I think independent third-party administration would have the advantage of standardizing that from an operational perspective across all investor-owned utility territories. And in the second workshop presentation, UCAN detailed how the utilities had been struggling to at present maintain accurate records of DER assets. So, for example, I think 80% of the battery storage projects in the utility interconnection data sets were missing key data fields like the capacity of the battery, for example. So that would be something, obviously, that independent third-party administration on a statewide basis would help to ensure that accurate records are being maintained.
Sam, I want to thank you for your comments and feedback here. I think I want to make sure we've got a few different hands up and we get everyone has a chance to weigh in with their feedback. I think Doug Carpa had your hand up next. Can you just state your name and affiliation to
Doug Carpa with Peninsula Clean Energy. Yeah, and I guess my comments are a little bit along the same lines in terms of that second question of what other actions should the CPUC consider. I think one of the overarching concerns is whether the CPUC itself has the technical capability to really evaluate from an engineering standpoint whether the IOU analyses of either the standard interconnection analyses or the generation limited protocols are being done and are like technically accurate. And this may reflect some ignorance on my part in terms of who's on CPUC staff, but it does seem that one of the key things for the CPUC to be overseeing all things DER and distribution grid related really is to be able to have enough expertise on staff to be able to look at the IOU plans and evaluate them on an engineering standpoint, to be able to say, like, is this correct or is this not? Because I think a lot of the calls around having a independent third party, I'm sort of more envisioning the CPUC as playing that role. I do think come from a certain level of skepticism that we're going to be getting analyses that are not too conservative, given the obvious incentive, discrepancies between, IOUs have return on equity incentives. And of course, the CPUC has theoretically a very different set of concerns around ratepayer costs and reliability. So it does sort of feel like having the CPUC have enough expertise to be able to, really make sure everything's on the level would be pretty valuable. And I realize it costs money to hire people, but it's probably money well spent.
Doug, great. Thanks for that feedback. I think could I broadly characterize that as under 2, making sure the CPUC has the necessary technical capability support to review, particularly we're looking at newer technology. They can review this really comes down to the ICAs, I believe, how the hosting capacity is modeled and estimated, and then how that would factor into the, setting the limited generation profiles. So your broad comment, making sure you have all the relevant technical expertise to support that.
That's right. And also, I mean, the same comment applies also to the distribution planning context generally, even though that's not necessarily what we're talking about today. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Now, they may call on you to testify at budget briefings to make sure that they
be happy to do it.
So I will, Claire, I want to call, I think you were next. I do see Michael, the first IOU representative. I want to make sure we get to you. And I know Bruce Nordman from LBNL, I think, was second. So start with Claire. We'll go to Bruce, but Michael, I see your hands up and want to make sure we reserve plenty of time for your feedback as well. So thanks. Thanks, Claire.
So
please go ahead.
Claire Broom, representing 350 Bay Area. And I really appreciate this discussion. I think the question is well framed, asking about monitoring to be sure of effective implementation. And I would hope that Tam's suggestion is taken very seriously and as in scope. When you have the kind of 10-year history of the ICA and the documentation with accuracy plans, that's not speculative. It's substantive in terms of how do we do this in a way that really works and gets us the high DER future that we're envisioning. So I very much want to endorse that suggestion, and also Sam Golding's identification of data gaps where a third-party approach might be valuable. And I look forward to further discussions of how we do this. Thanks.
Great. Thanks for your sharing that feedback, Claire. Bruce, you're up next.
Yes, thank you. I'm with Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. I guess I'm not really representing the lab as an advocacy organization. I'm merely trying to offer technical opinions. I'm a buildings person. I think most people in this call probably are centered in the utility grid, which is great. But I think the buildings perspective, the customer perspective is also critically important. So I look at the technology that needs to exist in terms of communication protocols between the grid and the customer and inside the customer side, and what kinds of products are in the market that can facilitate this. I think we should in general resist the idea that the grid should have visibility into customer DER. The grid should really just see the customer as a unitary entity and look at what's happening at the meter, what's being imported or what's exported. And commonly customers may be generating and not exporting, and be flexible about it. So it's not the fact that the customer is generating, it's the fact that they're exporting or importing that really matters to the grid. So I would recommend a change in terminology to reflect that, to make it sort of more customer friendly. And we absolutely do need flexible exports for a variety of reasons, certainly excess PV. And we also need flexible imports for EV charging mostly. And I have personal experience being told by PG&E that I am not allowed to install an EV charger at a house. So I know this is a real and growing problem because of distribution system capacity constraints. Now, luckily for me, I wasn't actually needing to at the time, but that is of concern, and we need solutions that meet both the customer and the grid needs. And as most of you are probably aware, in Australia, they are doing flexible exports with their dynamic operating envelopes, and that is supported by IEEE 2030.5 It's also supported by OpenADR3. OpenADR3 also supports a flexible import mechanism that's sort of more designed around the EV charging case, and I think that that should be looked at. And again, it's all with respect to the meter. The customer is a unitary entity. You don't have to know or care why they're importing or exporting, just coordinate the amount of it in total. So thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Bruce. Michael, you're up.
Yeah, thank you, Jay. So Michael Berigian here with the Distribution Policy and Implementation team at SEE. So I want to just kind of orient myself on the question here. Flexible generation, in my mind, flexible gen interconnection has two components. One, the time varying generation output based on a static schedule, as was shown on the prior slide. And then what high DER track 3 phase 1 has defined as the non-firm limits, that being the time varying generation output limits that are based on real-time and or short-term forecasts, such as day ahead forecasts fed into a DSO power flow simulator. That's really the latter is really where the DSO plays a key role in my mind. So in terms of roadmap, in my mind, the roadmap to enable the firm limits, the static schedules, has been defined in Rule 21 proceedings, specifically Resolution 5296, with the implementation of limited generation profiles. And that part is closely coupled with the IOU's ICA improvements, because those static schedules are based on the ICA static grid results. So that's where the accuracy of ICA is critical in terms of establishing the static schedules. That is all, improvements to the IOU's ICA are also a topic of discussion that are, in my mind, being monitored in high DER track 1 at present. So that's where I see that fitting in. The roadmap to enable non-firm limits is closely coupled with the IOU's grid modernization plans and is not related to ICA. To me, the flexible limits, the non-firm limits, are really going to be the product of feeding in a short-term forecast into a DSO power flow simulator, and then providing day ahead, possibly week ahead limits that are theoretically above and beyond for many hours of the static schedule of the limited generation profile. So I do not see a relationship between the IOU's static ICA values and the non-firm limits that are contemplated in track 3 phase 1. In terms of where to track that, so again, track 3 phase 1 defined this concept of non-firm limits, and it seems appropriate based on my understanding of phase 2 of track 3 to discuss and monitor through the IOU's grid modernization planning efforts and cost recovery, the place to track the roadmaps for implementation of non-firm limits. Maybe one additional item that came to mind in terms of what else the CPUC should consider monitoring is if they are not already monitoring the development of the UL 3141 standard, which is a critical dependency for both of these things, both the static limited generation profiles and the non-firm, more flexible time varying limits. Thank you.
Well, I think we'll take Kevin's Kevin, I want to give you a chance. I might have a question back to Michael on your overview, but we will make sure we have enough time here. Please go ahead, Kevin.
Got it. Thanks. Hey, everyone. I'm Kevin Luo, representing the California Solar and Storage Association. So I just want to make 2 points. First, we've been told by various reps from SCE and PG&E that at any given point in time, about 30% of the ICA data is not usable, either because it is out of date or it's inaccurate. And the utilities have not been able to provide us with any analysis to justify those numbers, especially on where the numbers are accurate, which makes the ICA maps very, very hard to use. And as an industry trade group, we're very concerned for like the 700 like solar and storage companies we represent. We've been talking to our members because we want people to adopt LGP and use the ICA. But if the ICA is not up to date and not usable, then we are concerned that the LGP, even though it is an excellent idea, cannot get off the ground. And the second point is related, which is I work on interconnection at CalSA. And we've been seeing a lot of delays for the last few years, and we're concerned that even if people try to use the ICA, that the utilities will say that the ICA data is out of date on that circular feeder, and then proceed to take 3 months to update that value. And in that case, people are just going to opt and not use LGP and not move towards like a high DER feature. And so I guess this kind of taking a step back is the point we're trying to make is I do think that the CPUC needs to monitor or have some sort of like something stronger than encouragement to make sure that the utilities take the ICA seriously. There's a lot of great things on the roadmap, but if we can't even get like hosting capacity, like static hosting capacity down, like we can't really get anywhere. Thanks.
Kevin, there, can I ask you a question to help clarify your feedback there? One way to think about this exercise, if after the commission receives this report, and they issue their final decision with recommending a set of actions or areas to monitor, what would you, or what I take from your comment is the importance of the ICA is only growing through this flexible interconnection process. That would be a certain area of importance to highlight. But any other, basically in the final order, if you had your way helping write it, what would you want to see in there?
Yeah. I guess I'm not sure if I'm going to answer your question, but yeah, like the accuracy and up-to-dateness of the ICA, and having the utilities establish some sort of process to keep that up to date. And yeah, if possible, to submit some report to the commission at some periodic basis, just to have some sort of accountability that 95% of the ICA is up to date or something like that.
Okay, no, I think that's helpful. So what you're highlighting is important, that there need to be greater visibility on how the accuracy of those ICAs and that they're kept up to date to support the flexible generation.
Exactly.
Okay. Michael, I'm going to call back on you. Similar question. You gave a good overview of the various different pieces that where work's being done. If I'm at the commission, I need to make sure all of this is moving along smoothly. That what's your advice? What's priority to track and make sure that all of those pieces come together, so this looks fairly seamless for the customers that are really at the end of the line, or well, not at the end of the line, really at the front of the line in how they're looking to interconnect with your system.
Yeah, Jay, is your question centered around like the improvements to the accuracy and usability of the ICA results, or the overall implementation of flexible generation interconnection?
I think mine was, given your comments, mine was mostly focused on the second, but you heard Kevin's comments.
Yeah.
If you want to offer feedback on that as well. But what I heard from you is a lot of different pieces that are tracking that have to come together. And if I'm at the commission, this is a project management exercise with these disparate pieces. What would you want to highlight for them to keep tracking and make sure things keep on pace for smooth implementation?
Yeah, so I'll comment briefly on the accuracy of the ICA results in response to, I think it was Kevin's comments there. The accuracy, the usability, the actionability of the generation ICA results, for SCE is very important. We're making, I would say, every reasonable effort to improve the accuracy of those results, because incorporation and interconnection of clean renewable resources on our grid is a goal that we have. It's something that we very much support. We also, I believe, currently produce an annual report in which we highlight improvements that we have implemented or have planned to the ICA results, the ICA process, inputs, et cetera. I believe the last one was published in December, but I can double check when that was actually released. So we do have a reporting mechanism in place, and certainly agree on the importance and usability of our ICA results. In terms of monitoring the implementation of the flexible generation, the points I raised earlier were that the IOU's grid modernization plans in our GRC cycles include descriptions of our implementation roadmaps and status. So perhaps that is an existing mechanism where the commission and parties can get an understanding of where we are along that roadmap in terms of enabling the non-firm limits for flexible interconnection. And then my recommendation was to perhaps utilize track 3, phase 2 of the high DER proceeding, which is scoped out to focus on grid modernization planning and cost recovery as a potential venue to further monitor the implementation of flexible generation interconnection. Let me know if I didn't address your question.
No, I think that's good. I think that last comment actually I think that answered what Gabe was asking for, kind of where the boundaries were and where they could be realigned. So thanks for that and being willing, being called on.
For sure.
Richard, you have your hand up.
Yeah. Just building off that last, or following on from that last comment, we've had a bit of discussion today. I'm from Cal Advocates, by the way. Had a bit of discussion today about oversight of the work that's happening in this space. There's clearly a lot of, in the discussion questions that are being proposed, there's a lot of references to grid modernization plans. I've been doing a lot of work in the planning side of things, so I guess high DER track 1 over the last few years, and thinking about how the grid needs assessment works. We all get to see those every year. But just contrast that with the grid modernization plans, which, if I've understood correctly, just come out every 4 years in the GRCs. I mean, this space is moving pretty fast, right? I guess I just ask a question as to whether every 4 years is sufficient regularity to see the IOU's grid modernization plans. Just a question to float.
So can we turn your question into more of an or can we redirect? Like, are you raising the commission may want to look at, well, the flip side of that, more regular? Well, they have, as I understand, the progress reports on those plans, but what you're saying is basically more frequent updates to those proposals, and that probably may have to be taken in a different setting than a general rate case as well. So you're saying,
yes,
recommendation is may consider more frequent updates and feedback on those and decision making.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for that. I put in here, I think we just have a few minutes left on our schedule. I did want to, Sam, I know if you, thanks for writing in your comments. I do want to give you a chance, if you want to step in here and verbally share any of your comments. Okay. Roger's raised his hand. So.
Yeah, just very quickly, and just going off of what Sam White put in the chat and also what the SCE said. Oh, and I'm with Center for Biological Diversity. The scope of, we're in track 1, right? So the scope of track 1 is data improvements.
Actually, we're in track 2. We're talking about a number of these other as a kind of overview of work on this topic, and a lot of that work is going on the other tracks. But
well, and the same comment that track 2 is the same need, like distribution system operational needs. Whereas, so I think this topic that we're talking about fits squarely within the track that we're in. And this has been delayed way, way, way too long. So it should definitely be discussed in this track, in this phase that we're in right now.
And just Rod, on this, do you have other specific recommendations for the commission on this?
Just to not kick the can down the road any further.
Okay, action. Near-term action. That's your main. That's my takeaway from your comment. Let's see. I think we are running close to the end of our time. I know Michael Parisian spoke. I want to give maybe one chance for folks from the other 2 IOUs to share any feedback that you have. Not seeing any takers at the moment. Okay, we've got a hand up from Eric Martineau.
Yeah, hi, Eric Martineau from CPUC Energy Division. Just one aspect of all of this I haven't really heard in this discussion so far, although you raised it in your initial slides, was in terms of situational awareness, what's actually happening on the distribution grid, on the distribution circuit, in real time or today, the given moment. And just the fact that ICA values don't necessarily represent that. And that's been part of the ICA discussion going all the way back to Working Group 2 in 2017. Oh, you can hear me okay, right?
Yes, I'm hearing you
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, sorry. And just the fact that an ICA value, even if it's been updated, even if it's a month, old, or it might be 3 months old, but even if it's been updated, reflects the grid conditions at the time it was updated, and not necessarily the grid conditions, in real time or now. And if the current grid conditions and a distribution circuit are substantially different from those that existed when the ICA value was calculated, then an export limit set based on the ICA value could be dangerous, right? It could be that we could see violations on a distribution circuit in terms of voltage, in terms of protection, in terms of thermal limits, given that we're basing an export limit on an ICA value that was created previously, but doesn't necessarily reflect the real-time conditions. And the conservatism that's been throughout the ICA process, the buffer, the 10% buffer, 20% buffer, and even all the discussions on the limited generation profile over the last 3 years have continually revolved around the uncertainties and the conservatism of, we can't, the ICA values have to allow for some buffer because we don't know exactly what the grid condition is at the present moment and how it corresponds with the grid condition at the time the ICA value was calculated. And that could lead to violations and problems on a distribution circuit, given export limits that are set based on ICA values. And this will be true for the flexible, for the non-firm capacity. It points to, we really need to know much more about the current real-time or near real-time conditions on a given distribution circuit to be able to say what the export limits could be or can be today or this hour or this minute. And we just don't know. We don't know enough about what's happening or how close we are to violating various technical parameters on a distribution circuit in general. It goes back to grid mod, of course, that's going to come, but I think that's really an important consideration, has been in IA going all the way back to 2017. So I just wanted to presence that a bit, underline it a bit. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. We're actually over time for this topic, but Tom, I called on you earlier. So I know you have your hand up, so we'll give you the last word for now, but we're trying to wrap this up quickly. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that. I'll keep it brief and apologize. I'm in an uncharacteristically bad mood today, so not trying to speak too much. But just in response to what Eric was just saying, yes, as a member of that working group and the Smart Inverter Working Group, Operationalization Working Group, we never have perfect information. We have workarounds for that. We have thought about it. The ICA is intentionally conservative because of the concerns about that. The whole idea of the flexible is to use that additional capacity, which is there and not reflected in the very conservative numbers. And we, in parallel, worked to develop the smart inverter capabilities and response to any excursions from allowable grid conditions, such that devices themselves would be able to monitor and respond to local conditions and avoid problems on the grid. None of this is perfect, but we have not had major cascading problems from it. We have been considering this for years. We have been developing and implementing the capabilities to address it, and we should not view this as a barrier. Any information you have is going to be outdated the second it's produced. But you can work with the information you have and continue moving forward very effectively. Thank you.
Great sound. And you didn't sound like you're in a bad mood. So hopefully that will cheer up as we move along here. Thanks for your thanks for the comments you shared in the chat and there. And with that, I fortunately we're gonna have to move on to the next topic. I appreciate everyone's chiming in, getting the discussion going with the first one. I think there's some important takeaways that we can share with the commission on that. So appreciate your feedback. This one I am hoping is fairly straightforward, and this really, the setup here is based on, I think, feedback we heard in workshops 1 and 2. And so we just wanted to confirm and highlight the importance of marrying up the future needed upgrades with the work in pending decisions in the demand flexibility docket, and particularly focused on, there was a lot of feedback given on the importance of dynamic rate structures as a way of providing the right price signals to customers and DER owners. And that work is going on in the demand flexibility proceeding that we have highlighted here, track B. I think what the takeaway was, that is going along, and there will be a pending decision in the future giving more details on what the structure of those dynamic rates are going to be. In the IOU's presentation, they talked about needing to see the outcome of that, and that there be a future scope of work in their grid modernization plans to support that. But until that decision's final, you have to wait and see and do that work. So we just wanted to, I think, one, confirm that's the case and make sure that that's tracked accordingly. And so I think we step forward straight to the next slide, please. The setup here is similar. That we want to just make sure that those timelines, milestones are clarified in any reporting to the CPUC. And then again, similar feedback if folks have other actions that the commission should take under consideration to implement dynamic pricing. We want to hear that feedback as well. So I'm going to open it up again. Hope for another brave soul to step forward. Doug's the brave one on this one. So please go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, Doug Carpa, Peninsula Clean Energy again. Yeah, the topic of dynamics rates is fantastically complicated. So Peninsula Clean Energy, we're a load serving entity. And as we're taking a look at marginal cost-based rates and real-time rates, one of the big worries that we have is just not being able to access real-time data of what each distribution circuit looks like and how close it is to operational limits. And some of the concern for the around that issue comes from particularly some of the behavior we've seen and other folks have seen around EV charging. If you've got a typical household, might be 2 kilowatts, and then all of a sudden you've got a 6.6 kilowatt level 2 charger in the house. Whenever the EV charges, you've got a much higher peak than normal, like the entire rest of the house will provide. And in time of use rates, of course, what we end up seeing is everybody's avoiding those high price hours. And then the instant that period ends, you see a whole bunch of charging coming on, and you get this big spike because everyone's crowding into that hour. And one of the concerns that we have around moving forward with dynamic rates now is if it doesn't capture what's going on distribution circuits, it's entirely likely that if you have it automated charging and then a series of particularly low cost hours, we might see a stampede of all the EV charging going into that hour, which could potentially drive a much higher load than forecast, and that's going to trigger all kinds of distribution upgrades. And so we really have concerns that the real-time pricing and dynamic rates are going to drive up costs a lot because of that dynamic. And the only way really to avoid that is to be able to have a component and a really high price for maybe the first charger coming in, okay, that's got a low price, but because that X number of EV chargers have pushed the load on a circuit up to something close to what it can handle. Every other EV charger beyond that, or maybe they all do after that, just get charged an extremely high price just to make sure that we don't see this sort of unmanaged EV charging end up driving massive distribution upgrades everywhere across the entire system. And in a little bit, this concern is reflected in the difference between the Cavala Analytics price estimates and the CalPA price estimates, right? The biggest changes in EV charging. So how do we manipulate that if we don't have any data, any real-time data in terms of how congested each distribution circuit is? And so as we look at implementing these rates, we've got a lot of questions and concerns around how this is going to work and whether it's going to end up making things much, much worse.
So thanks for being the first to weigh in, Doug. I think if I were to characterize that, you're worried about, you just shift the peak to a new time period.
Yeah, and concentrate.
Right.
That's
understood.
more the concentration.
I think we have a staff member from the CPUC wants to speak up. So I don't know if you want to respond to this or just give, please go ahead.
No, thanks for the comments, Doug, and thanks for inviting me for this workshop. I guess just a couple of reactions. The first being, I was trying to understand why something like a more granular price signal may be worse than TOU in terms of its impact on the distribution upgrade. And I understand that there's potential for more concentration, but also the fact that it's more granular, I think would potentially allow for different thresholds when customers charge their car to allow for spreading things out a bit more, right? Like, I mean, if you just imagine that certain customers are set up with a minimum price below which they're willing to charge, the fact that different customers may have different thresholds, and that might spread things out a little bit. Now, I say this because I say this is a bit more speculative because I do think that we still don't know what it's likely to be. I think there's still a need for seeing some of these reactions or some of these customer behavior patterns to emerge in response to dynamic pricing, which is still in a very nascent stage. And but looking forward, I think one thing that I also wanted to clarify is there will be a distribution component to the dynamic price, right? I mean, that is something that we are we have incorporated into the existing pilots. There is a distribution price signal that incorporates the different conditions of either localized circuits or representative localized circuits in the case of PG&E. I don't know if anyone from PG&E wants to talk about that, but those will be elements that will be part of the price. So I think that would be an additional signal. Now, I think going forward, as we consider 5-10 years down the line, I do acknowledge that just a single one-time price clearing mechanism is likely to be insufficient for scheduling. And so I would point to the discussions that we've had about the option to have transactive prices, and just simply speaking, the way that it could work, and it has worked for at least ag pumping as a pilot, is that customers are provided a 7-day price schedule, and they have the option to purchase electricity on any of those 7 days, right? So there's a sort of a first mover advantage. Now, what happens to the 7-day prices is, let's say that a customer A sees that on Monday sees that Thursday at 9 p.m. is the cheapest price and pre-purchases, and not the customer themselves, but the entity that is managing their EV, right? None of this is happening by the customers themselves, but they purchased a chunk of electricity for 9 p.m. on Thursday. Now, the next day, that the price schedule is updated because now there has been a modification to the load profile on Thursday at 9 p.m. So that may no longer be the lowest price. And this is sort of the theory behind how the transactive system works. It's sort of like the CAISO market. You have multiple clearing horizons. And we're currently doing this for the ag pilot. And because you have these multiple time horizons where you're updating forecasts and hence updating prices, we believe that that can be a very strong element at higher levels of penetration. And again, looking further down the line, we're not initially the wider scale pilots that the CPUC has authorized for PG&E and SCE do not incorporate the transactive element, but we have done that at small scale. We have authorized pilots on small scale. We'll be considering, how that should be implemented for which customers on which time scale going forward. So we do have some tools that I think I wanted to flag as some tools in the toolbox to address the issues at higher penetration levels. And at the current level, we're incorporating distribution pricing, and we'll be measuring where what behavior a more widespread adoption of dynamic price results in.
Okay, thank you for been excellent background discussion. I think I just want while you're still on here, I think my takeaway from this discussion, there's still more work that's going on in your proceeding, and then anything further you want to comment on how to make sure some of the supporting work has done, the IT systems can keep pace for a future decision.
Yeah, I think the thing that I want to flag, right, for the participants of this working group and flag to keep attention on that proceeding is we are sort of deciding on where we should start out with distribution pricing, right? I mean, that is going to be one of the issues that the commission will have to weigh in on. In this working group, we received multiple different proposals. Energy Division staff's proposal is that at the minimum, the pricing for distribution should be at least at the substation level, meaning to say that individual substations should have prices that are informed by the loading of that substation. There's different approaches, the IOUs. PG&E has said that it's going to try out this approach of grouping its feeders, so the downstream of the substation into sort of similar groups, and having just one feeder's actual forecast drive the prices for all the group of feeders that at least historically have corresponded in terms of their load profile. Other utilities have suggested that initial distribution pricing should be done territory-wide, that there shouldn't be a more granular set of prices that even incorporate the substation level load or some version of a feeder level load. So this is the question about where do we start, right? I mean, this is not necessarily where we end, but where do we start when 2027 we're per the CEC mandate, the IOUs are required to have dynamic, and the large CCAs are required to have dynamic hourly rates. But for the IOUs themselves, since they are the distribution service providers, they're required to have a distribution component that is marginal and cost-based for to meet their CEC mandate. And so the question that we have in front of us in the demand flexibility rulemaking that the CPUC will have to weigh in on, and other participants will have to, stakeholders will have to provide comments on, is where do we start? What is the minimum level that we should be starting at?
Thank you for that overview and feedback. I do want to, Bruce, you had your hand up. We have about 10 minutes left for this topic. I want to go to Bruce, and then I'm hoping we can tee up some feedback participation from the IOUs to respond to some of this as well. But in the meantime, Bruce, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you again. And the demand flex proceeding is terribly important. And as a customer, I greatly look forward to it successfully concluding and being able to switch to a better tariff. So dynamic pricing overnight, we could expect that prices would start off somewhat higher and slowly decline over the course of the evening. And then the automation and different EV chargers will start at different times depending on people's duration of charge needed, depending on their price preferences, depending on when they need to leave in the morning, so that the price can evolve over time to best serve the grid's needs by spreading out load at a regional scale. But it's absolutely true that on an individual feeder, we could still see capacity problems. And so we need to address the capacity problem head on, and pricing can never guarantee you won't have capacity problems. And I think it's unfair to somebody for their price to go up if their next door neighbors are all charging their car at the same time. And it's not necessary to manage capacity through pricing. We should manage capacity by managing capacity. USB, for example, has managed capacity digitally for 28 years. So we all own products today that digitally manage capacity. Many customers today, when they're installing an EV charger, have found that they are told by the local building officials or the National Electrical Code that they have to increase their panel size to install an EV, or they can install automation where a device monitors the power at the interconnection and modulates the EV charging to stay under some capacity limit. That could stay under a different limit so that there could be coordination between the customer and the grid to negotiate maximum import capacity so that the grid limits are not exceeded. And this will be a mechanism, completely parallel to price. It does not need to affect the price. Of course, the distribution price that Akintia mentioned is absolutely helpful for doing better at spreading out the load. But again, we do need a separate mechanism to manage capacity so that we can make use of all the capacity available without exceeding constraints. And again, there are products available on the market that do this today. They're for sale for customers for many companies. And the OpenADR3 protocol has the communication mechanism to do this. So we're very close to this being a reality if the grid would only offer that option to customers. Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. I do want to switch. I did see if we have any volunteers from the investor-owned utilities to get their feedback on the topic. Otherwise, John, you have got Kirsten from SDG&E. So thank you for your willingness to provide your feedback here. Please go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. Can you all hear me?
We can. You're not on video, but it looks like that's on purpose. So please go ahead.
I was trying to share with video too, but it's all right. Oh, there it is. I'll at least put a couple comments out and definitely open it up to the other utility participants as well. But yeah, when we going through these past workshops, what could lead up to dynamic rates is, all three of the utilities have one or several pilots in place for pricing in general. What will have customers be responsive to price changes, if they'll be responsive to changes in prices. So we do foresee a lot of the questions we need answered to even get to dynamic rates will be more unlocked by the execution of these pilots. Additionally, I think that's still a question as well that we are discussing, as to what granularity would we be defining dynamic rates. So whether it's at a nodal level, circuit level, substation, or territory wide. That's another one that's in discussion right now between the IOUs. But I guess in short, that's been one of the benefits of getting to go through this process is finding out what those are. Because like, at least for us with SDG&E, we've started with some rate piloting on the electric vehicle pilot projects we have. But I do think some of this, like this specific discussion, we can help us shape like now as we create more pilots, what should we be answering with these pilots? Just a quick 2 cents, but yeah, open to other thoughts from the utility team.
Yeah, Kirsten, very helpful. Thanks for sharing. And yeah, the takeaway, critical path here is getting through those pilots, getting the lessons, using that to inform whatever potential decisions are, and then moving from there. Is that my takeaway, or a takeaway, not the only one? But Brandon Sanders from SE, you have your hand up. Thanks for weighing in here.
Thanks, Jay. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Okay, good. So I just wanted to support a couple of things that my friends Kristen and Achinthia have said. So I agree with Achinthia. You know, we have spiking now with TOU, and with a more granular price, it's only going to alleviate a problem that we already have. It's either happening today or it's going to be for sure happening in the near future. So I completely agree that with a more granular price, it allows us to shift things like EV charging into over a longer period of time, similar to how Bruce was describing. Versus right now, we're at 9 p.m. all the chargers fire up all at once, like as if someone flipped a light switch. All the charging happens. So I think that's absolutely true. I also want to support what Kristen said from San Diego. Yeah, I think as we move into this dynamic pricing kind of paradigm, we are likely to be more successful if we go slowly. So I think a service territory wide approach to prices should not be off the table. I do agree that there is quite a bit of value to be gained from more granular price signals at transmission substation level, distribution substation level. You know, you can sky's the limit. You can take it down to the transformer someday, maybe. But I think to start, just the going from a time of use price that's service territory wide into a dynamic price that's changing daily, hourly, service territory wide is a pretty big jump. And I think that we should be looking at whether that can provide a significant percentage of the benefits to start, and then perhaps consider going to other levels of granularity at a future time.
Brandon, thanks for sharing that. I think sorry, John, I'm gonna your participation's been appreciated. I'm gonna call on you now to see if anything you want to share from PG&E's perspective. I think you've been highlighting some of the pilots you're working on, but we have 2 more minutes here. So if you want to sure. Thanks.
Yeah, jump in here, John Snowman from PG&E. And mainly what I'm just trying to highlight is I'm hearing some of the participants' comments around largely managing constrained circuits. And we just want to recognize that we have a lot of pilots that we're running. Many of those are driven by the Electric Program Investment Charge, EPIC. And this year we have pilots that are focused on electric vehicle, pilots that are focused around load management, load shaping, that kind of area. And we also have a series of pilots that are focused on developing, planning, and modeling, and then also co-developing technology to help remove the barriers to EV adoption, and then also manage local grid constraints. And local grid constraints all the way from the panel limits that I think Bruce was mentioning. And so we're doing a lot of work around how to make sure that we can facilitate EV adoption and goals, state goals, by not having to upgrade the panels. And then all the way to the secondary system, the transformer, the service transformer out onto the primary wire up to the substation. And we have a number of different strategies that we're unfolding there, from managed charging approaches with customers to new forms of panel management technologies to essentially reduce the variability of whether a customer participates or not from a price signal aspect, but maybe using a price signal to drive a technology directly integrated with the vehicle. And then as we move upstream on the circuit and identify different constraints, we are deploying a number of pilots around how do we use battery storage at a transformer, a service level transformer, which can help then use that for managing blue sky operations on the distribution feeder, and managing that load shape is also help with adoption and managing some of the peaks that come from the direct loads at the service points. And then as you move upstream, we have additional pilots that are aimed at different forms of battery storage and management strategies on the actual feeder. And those also include non-wires alternatives and modeling practices within our planning groups, so that they can actually integrate DERs and look downstream and recognize what DERs are available and what incremental DERs may need to be added, so that we can leverage our DERMS use cases coming up. So we have a number of DERMS pilots that are in place to help use day ahead type signals and getting into real-time signals. And there'll be a process to getting to that. We have a lot of pilots that are out there and that we're getting either running today or getting ready to run. And the results of those pilots are going to inform further degrees of deployment activities, and also help us understand what level of customer adoption and appetite. And in every one of these types of grid management solutions that interact with the customer, we need to understand what their real appetite is to participating, and what those bumper lanes of that participation looks like. And then how do we adjust our approach to meet a customer-centered design, as well as the grid services that are needed. So Jay, that's about what I have there for now.
Thanks, John. You're going to have the last word here, because we're up at time for our the end of this session. I do want to thank everyone's participation so far on these first two topics. We're going to go to break now. Serena, can you put the next slide? Yeah, we have a 30-minute break. I know this is over lunchtime, so it'll be fairly quick lunch for folks, and we're going to stick to the same opening time for the next discussion. That'll be topic 3 on, going off my memory here. We're going to discuss, that's broken down into 2 topics, about visibility to the distribution system operators, and then about visibility of DERs to the Cal ISO. So we have an exciting, lots of juicy topics for the afternoon. I want to thank everyone for your really, I mean, it's been strong, productive discussion so far. So thanks for that, and look forward to seeing you this afternoon. With that, we will see you back here at 12:55. Thanks. Hi, everyone. We're going to start up in just another minute. Hi, everyone. We're gonna, it's 12:55. We're gonna start the rest of our afternoon session. Serena, if you could please step forward with the slide. We have 3 topics teed up for this afternoon. These will, by design, we've allocated more time to these. And so I think, we'll get into deeper discussion. The first one, topic 3, is looking at the confirmation of some of the gap analysis on the level of DER visibility to DSOs, and then with two subtopics: level of DER visibility to DSOs, and then we have a fair amount of time also for this topic related to the bulk power system operator. So for the CAISO, and we'll get through some of the setup for these, but first we're going to start with the discussion on DSOs. We have 75 minutes total. I think in anticipation, we figured the first part of the discussion may take a little less time and then reserve more of the majority for the broader topic, but we'll see how the discussion proceeds as well. We have 75 minutes here, and just as similar to the other one, some initial context setting, and then we'll look for further discussion from the group here. So this operational need had been highlighted fairly broadly in our first workshop number 1, and then in the introduction to workshop number 2, we'd sent a survey out asking 2 questions that you see highlighted in the slide here. It was a ranking in order of importance, and then also urgency. And I think we received a lot of feedback that this topic in particular was both important and urgent. So the feedback we've heard so far is that this is a high priority need. And as we've looked into the work that's been done, Serena, if you can step forward one more slide. This is part of the setup and the discussion this morning. As we looked at the utilities grid modernization plans, or the discussion that was the workshop presentations from workshop number 2, as well as their grid modernization plans, what's reflected here in the gap analysis is characterization from what could be determined from those sources. And so the first one is that for each of the IOUs, they have enabled this functionality for DER sources greater than 1 megawatt, whether that's, as I understood, an individual project or an aggregated DERs from an aggregator. So I think that's the level of visibility. In many cases, there are schedules sent either as export limits or enabling further sophisticated types of controls over those sources. Within those discussions, there's some additional work looking at this type of visibility for DERs beyond just the ones highlighted. And so from review of those materials, the observation is that if those plans are fully implemented, this operational need appears to be met. I think we wanted to confirm that understanding. And then 2, if so, more importantly, how do we make sure that the additional work that needs to happen stays on track, because it's been identified as an important need that supports some of the other uses that we've talked about. So with that discussion, we want to move forward into the questions for the group here. So given that context, particularly, there's an understanding that this operational need will be mostly met through existing plans. How do we make sure, what should we be monitoring to make sure that that work stays on track, and what should the commission be monitoring? And so I think that's the context that we wanted to provide here, and open things up for further discussion. And hopefully folks are not having food comas after your quick lunch break, and we can get another brave soul to help start our discussion here. we have a volunteer here, Sam.
Thanks, Jay. Samuel Golding on behalf of UCAN again. I guess just a clarifying question to begin with. Is this just strictly limited? You're asking this question strictly limited to the current plan to operationalize monitoring of DER assets that are greater than a megawatt? Or is this part of the discussion also tackling how to orchestrate greater visibility and communication regarding all of the smaller DERs that could be and will be increasingly aggregated and orchestrated across the topology? Like in San Diego Gas and Electric's territory, their grid mod update noted that they've authorized 317,000 interconnection requests thus far. That's 1 out of every 5 households approximately.
My understanding is, I think consistent with yours, that what is expected this year is this capability for visibility for single DERs or aggregations of them over a megawatt, and that capability is expected to improve or to scale to other DERs through the course of the implementation of the grid modernization plans. I think that's consistent with what you were saying, and that understand that would largely meet the needs that were identified in the first workshop. So then it's a question of how to make sure that work stays on track and keeps pace with the growth. So I think I'm largely agreeing with you, or that confirming that what you said was our understanding as well, based on the materials that were presented.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm a little out to sea here because I don't really understand how implementing the monitoring of large scale assets like that would scale to orchestrating hundreds of thousands of aggregated assets, because that speaks more for the need for like a DER market layer where LSCs and utilities are contracting with aggregations of DERs for specific services at different points and geographic locations, and that is somehow being in a standardized and reliable fashion tracked and reported. So it's a bit of a gap, I guess I'm saying, from my perspective. And the prior workshops were oriented around, what do we need in 2035, not 2024. So that's is this the point now to discuss how this evolves between now and 2035, or is that a later discussion or kind of put off for the time being?
I think the way that we're trying to characterize this is that what was presented, what was expected in 2024, what was presented through implementing the grid modernization plans are expected. This would be the second column, expected improvements in the next, the time frame for those, so the next 3 to 4 to 5 years. And then part of the gap analysis would be if there's work either that's not met in that time frame or future needs that are still yet unaddressed. I think that would be the latter category. You'd see gaps there. So I think what I hear you saying is that you don't see those current plans as sufficient for the long-term vision. I guess I want to be clear, we've done a review based on the materials presented. I think I'm not here representing the work that's going on in these plans. So I think I could hopefully get some of our IOU representatives, see if you could speak to some of these questions. Nice. In the meantime, Sam, you do have your hand up. So hopefully after lunch, you're not grouchy. Your mood is improving as well.
Thanks. It's just broad frustration at the process, but I appreciate your question. On this issue, I I think that the key question is you can't really define the milestones until you know what the plan is. And I think that gets to Samuel's point as well. So what approach you're going to take to this determines and defines, you know, what steps you need to take, and then the milestones are progress along those steps. So, you know, identifying the milestones first requires identifying, you know, what the approach and the steps are. And related to that in this topic, I refer us back to my presentation in the first workshop, looking at nodal and layered architecture, because we do not need visibility into each DER, especially when you recognize that anything which affects load is a distributed energy resource. Whether it's generation or load, turning on and off your toaster is a demand response component. The relevant issue here is and remains the aggregated impact and need at each nodal layer of the grid. So it may be at the customer meter would be, effectively what you need to know, or it may be, at the transformer or at the or anywhere between there to the substation. You don't need to know what is happening with each device below that node. You need to know what the net effect is at the point where it's relevant to you. And so if you're adopting that approach, then that would define what steps you need to do in order to be functioning at that approach and implementing it.
Thank you. And I think I want to hopefully encourage some more IOU participants. I mean, I think it would help the group better flesh out, the understanding of expected improvements through your grid modernization plans. I think that was a bit was covered in the prior presentations, but I think if we could get some more clarification here, that would definitely help our understanding. Can we see if there's somebody willing to speak up to this?
Well, Jay, just for the sense of discussion, there's a lot to talk through around visibility. When we use that general term visibility of DERs, I would agree somewhat with the gentleman who described that we don't need to know exactly what each DER is. However, we do need to understand the aggregated value that DER can perform. We need to understand the duration that it can perform for, what programs that may be enrolled in. We need to understand who is the collector of those DERs, call them providers, aggregators, the CCA, any of the actors out there that are actually initiating the use of that DER. We need to have an understanding of what they're participating in, because as a system operator, we're going to be able to use our DERM system to be able to have a list of all of these different active participants, and we need to know what is available downstream of a particular constraint so that we can actually define what we want to have come online. We need to be able to predict it. We need to be able to make sure that it's actually going to perform when we call on it to perform, and that we understand what use it's enrolled in to perform. For instance, whether it's performing at the bulk level or whether it's performing for some other system grid need that we have. We need to understand those layers and have visibility into seeing and understanding those dynamics of those devices. Do we need to actually peer inside someone's home and look at the devices? Maybe not, but at the aggregated performance level, or at the meter level of participation, we do need to have predictability of what that resource is capable of doing and how long it can actually do that role for. Those are really important pieces of visibility that I think we need to work on. As far as like technical visibility from grid mod plans, we are doing a number of activities in terms of implementation of our DERMS and day ahead forecasting systems to be able to get down to the feeder level. Right now, we're at the feeder head with our DERMS system at PG&E. Our intention is that we will begin to integrate capabilities that will allow us to go below the feeder head. But we're not there yet. We need to deploy these systems based off from the highest potential use cases, and so we'll gain greater technical capabilities as we go along. But we still have to have that forecasting capability, I think, and that goes all the way up to the bulk system level. We need to be able to have the forecasting capability. We need to have some assurance of the predictability and to be able to actually calculate and estimate the performance in order to actually leverage these for capacity constraints and or bulk system needs.
John, thanks for sharing that. I want to ask one clarifying question, then go to Kirsten, then hopefully to get SDG&E's perspective. From what I heard, you like the capability here is closely tied to your plans for the DERMS implementation. That, I mean, is that kind of where most of the operational need will be addressed in the current thinking?
It's a lot more components than just the DERMS, right? There's IT, there's telemetry, there's modeling, forecasting systems that we're working on. But as far as, you know, our grid mod plans encompass a host of technologies that help us get that kind of visibility into the system and the ability to deploy control schemes at more granular levels in the system. But there's, I mean, in each one of our grid mods has a whole list of technological developments that we're working on over time, and maybe some of the other IOUs would also like to chime in on how their grid mod plan plays into this visibility piece.
Yeah, I think for the sake of time, we want to make sure that we cover the plans implementation from some of the other IOUs as well. So Kirsten, if you could please, thanks for raising your hand. Please go ahead.
Definitely, thank you. Yeah, so I can add a little bit from SDG&E. Just to the earlier point, wanted to clarify around, we had the comment on greater than 1 megawatt DERs and their current visibility today. So yeah, from our operations control center, what we had just meant by that was the currently our system operators are able to see at these greater than 1 megawatt DERs telemetry, you know, the voltage load. We get our static charge limits visible so the operators can make operational decisions. And then we're able to see geospatially where they are on our system. But going into the future, with our executing our grid modernization plan, that will take SDG&E to adopting a DERM system. We see that as the next big improvement to our visibility. So that's in terms of our roadmap. SDG&E is currently building out ADMS functionality that's getting us to the point where we can bring on a DERM solution. And we do have a number of pilot programs going on right now that help answer some of those questions about, for one, granularity, like to what level data is either needed in an aggregation or from individual assets, because that is a really good point. It does depend on the size of DER and intended use case. And then how to actually make that data actionable or like operational. You can interpret it and actually do work off of it. So an example is we have a pilot project right now to bring in photovoltaic data into the control center. So our big question there is how, what level of granularity gives us a confidence level where we know can't anticipate what's happening on these these circuits with high PV penetration on them, how we differentiate masked load. And so I guess all that to say that we're building up through pilots and getting closer to our DERM system, to executing the grid modernization plan and having that appropriate level of visibility for the DERs.
Kurt, okay, I think want to thank you for kind of helping flesh that out for the group here. I guess let me just try to test my understanding of what you said and characterize it. So if we go back, I mean, if we looked at the prior table, SDG&E has capabilities enabled for systems over 1 megawatt, and that you're looking at building on those in your grid modernization plans, particularly through implementing the DERMS.
Yes.
And like in the near term time frame, is it your view that covers what you see as the need here, say in the next 5 years? And then there's a longer term question that came up from some of the other folks as well, but let's just stick with the near term.
I think you captured that well in a concise way. But yes, exactly. That's why we still have kind of to the points of having unanswered questions, as we have some pilots to try and address some of those questions as we get to where we're sourcing terms.
Okay, no, thanks, Kirsten. And then to Samuel's question, I mean, some of the part of the focus here is on a longer term focus out 5 to 10 years. I guess, do you have a perspective on that, or is that informed by what progress you see now and what needs you see in the future?
So we do anticipate, executing our grid modernization plan and having the DERM system will provide the appropriate DER visibility to have confidence in operating the system. So we did not have any other gaps to add on that one at this time, other than as we go through piloting, it may uncover more needs.
Okay. Thanks, Kirsten. Now we can have a representative from Southern California Edison. I don't know if someone wants to weigh in, or if it's you can try and tackle this question.
Yeah, hi, Jay. I would just say, and I think one of my colleagues might jump on in a moment, but generally, when it comes to grid mod, we do provide our milestones regularly, and I believe CPUC is well aware of them. We're constantly in contact with them and informing their own annual reports. So our understanding is that I mean, to this question, does CPUC monitor our grid mod plans? I think we have an open dialogue with them about that. So I guess the answer would be yes, but not in the sense of monitoring them, but more in the sense of working together on them in a standardized method that's set out by decisions. So yeah, we have a constant dialogue.
Okay, and then just to step on that, I mean, in your currently what you're reporting to them, that things are on track, right? Or what? Right, I guess that's what's the current status for SCE?
Yeah, in terms of whether they're on track, yeah, I believe they are. I don't know that we have a schedule for rollout, but we have actually had some recent accomplishments. And I might see if some of my colleagues can jump on. But essentially, the question is really, is CPUC monitoring them? Or do we have a dialogue with CPUC? So I think the answer is yes. We're not really in the position right now to comment on the status of our grid mod program. And we don't have the SMEs available for that, but we provide that information to CPUC on a regular basis.
Okay. Jane, thanks for raising your hand. Please go ahead.
This is Jane Krikorian for UCAN. I have a question for John Stallman. Perhaps regarding milestones, I'm reading about a partnership with between PG&E and Schneider Electric, where there will use Microsoft Azure, a cloud-based platform, along with Schneider Electric's EcoStruxure DERM system to collect and store information about DERs and microgrids in its territory. I'll put this article in the chat because then it's starting to describe how Schneider Electric will run in the cloud to gather information about DERs on the PGE system, rooftop solar, EVs, EV fleets, energy storage, and microgrids installed by PGE customers. With that information, PG&E will be able to operate in a more instantaneous and collaborative fashion. So this to me seems to be a current project that's going on at PG&E. I'm very curious about it, and I'll put the article in the chat now. Thank you.
Jane, thank you. So stay tuned in the chat for what you have there, and then see if John or people can speak to it now. But if not, we have the resource. And then in the meantime, we had a comment in the chat. And Ollie, you want to speak up? Can you please share who you're representing here today?
Ali Pakchi, OATI. This is a very important question. I think it's very fundamental to grid modernization, but kind of addressing it in a holistic fashion may be difficult, since the behavior of PV or having visibility to PV generation versus batteries and their state of charge versus EVs and their charging conditions are quite different, or a flexible load are quite different kind of considerations. And on top of that, the issue of having a situational awareness of current state of these assets versus forecasting dispatchable capability of the assets, both are very important, but those are two different considerations. So I think this whole issue of having visibility is, as I stated, is a very important element, but it may need to be broken down into its subcomponents and different dimensions in current situational awareness versus dispatchable capabilities, forward forecasting, etc. So that is I want to underscore some of the comments made and then put an emphasis of importance of this question.
Ali, thank you for that. And I want to be clear. I think if actually you look at the matrix that has been built out, well, a lot of those other, I think as you put it, subcomponents are in there as well. And from what we've seen, the grid modernization plans do, it's not just related to visibility. It does involve situational awareness and different types of control that have or on a timeline to be enabled. I think we focused on, or I think partly just given the time involved and the priority that this particular topic was given in the first workshop, we just wanted to highlight it and call it out. So I just wanted, with not to the neglect of the others, but we have other review that would address some of what you brought up as well. And then I think Jane, you'd posted the link
article,
here, project you're talking about. I think you were looking for potential response from folks at PG&E if you want to give any sort of update on that.
I'm happy to jump in, Jay. I put some content in the chat, and yes, Jane, we are very excited about our DERMS Schneider EcoStruxure project, and we're currently in the process of mapping out a number of use cases with the DERMS teams. We're running a whole host of pilots, including one of the first topic that we discussed, flexible interconnections and flexible generation. So that's one of the first uses of our DERMS system. And then we have a series of use cases that are mapped out based off from immediate and emergent needs that will let us start to put in more and more capabilities onto that. And just a few of those, our immediate thing that we're doing is we're transitioning our demand response programs into the enterprise DERMS system. So we're migrating everything that we do with DR over to DERMS so that we can use that across the whole scale and scope of the grid. And then we're identifying capacity constraints use cases, and then trying to deploy where we can manage it as specific areas and test that and ensure that we get successful outcomes, make adjustments as we need to. We're our next level of that is enabling EVs and flexible loads for managed charging so that we can start to actually push out charge schedules to EV charge systems. And then of course we have 3 different vehicle to grid pilots that we'll be testing as soon as we get that work aligned. We're not quite there yet, but we're working with the counterparties to build out the scope of those projects. And then we have several VPP projects in flight where we're scoping that those pilots, and we're going to administer those pretty soon. And then later we're getting into orchestrating DERs, and we have one orchestration pilot that we'll be conducting this next year with a whole set of battery storage, EVs, and some other DERs on a one specific circuit to test and sample that area. And then as we get into more computing at the grid edge with our next generation smart meter and that interface, then we'll also be getting deeper into those use cases, but those are down the road. So we're doing a crawl, walk, run approach here, and we need to get some outcomes of those pilots that then we can start to make adjustments to our approach. Last thing I want to say, there was a comment in the chat about data and the availability of DER data, and I commented on it briefly, but yes, we do have characteristic data through the interconnection process, and that's mapped to our geospatial systems on our topology of the grid. So we know where some of those, most of those are, all that go through the interconnection process, we know where they are. We don't have intimate data to some of those assets, and that's an area where we need to improve upon in terms of some of the smaller DERs. We have programs that have enrolled specific DER technologies, and we've been using those for many years, but mapping that geospatial information and getting more understanding of what programs those DERs are enrolled in, it goes to cater to what I described earlier, which is all that will start to appear in our DERMS system, where we understand the characteristics of the program they're enrolled in, what costs they're at, and what the technical attributes are of those DERs, so that we can actually call on those resources. There's a lot of work to be done there in terms of layering, how do we stack those for different applications? Like I mentioned, with the bulk system, or are you answering a transmission need or a distribution need, and how do you ensure that that resource is actually available for the priority that you're trying to manage?
John, thank you for providing us the overview of all the different projects that PG&E has going on this in this area. I think we have about 5 minutes left on this topic before we want to transition to the next one. So I want to see if we can try and pull a couple things together. What I heard from the 3 different descriptions, there's a range of work underway at the IOUs today through your grid modernization plans. That's being tracked at the commission through your different progress reports. There's visibility on that. The commission can use that to track that. I feel like I heard that there was confidence that those are fully implemented. Those are what you see as your current, what I would characterize probably the near term needs on this question. And then like there was a question Samuel posed earlier in this, is looking out further, say the 2030 to 2035 timeframe. What I think it's worth kind of bringing up again, whether, or they'll have to revisit that question at that point. What's needed beyond the scope of things today. So I think as we look to report to the commission, I think one, that's what I thought I heard from our discussion here. I do want to, test and see if people feel that was an accurate characterization. So maybe digest that for a little bit. And then in the meantime, we did have two hands up. And so Bruce, I want to go to you first, and trying to wrap this up in 4 minutes so we can, hit the high points.
Yeah, I just like to raise a general point that I think will be an important point for the coming years, which is the question of deterministic versus non-deterministic systems. So the wholesale market is deterministic. The system has visibility into everything that's going on and controls things. Customers have traditionally been completely non-deterministic, where customers do whatever they want, and then with the law of large numbers, things average out and everything works fine. The phone system was completely deterministic. The internet is completely non-deterministic, and it works far better than the phone system did, just like traffic is non-deterministic. And I think it's a complete fantasy on the part of utility grids to think that they're going to have visibility and micromanage millions of DER in customer devices. That's just not going to happen, and it's not necessary, and it'd be terribly expensive. With pricing, as with the dynamic, flexibility, band flex proceeding, we will better engage and have automation to have customers automatically respond to prices, so that we can balance supply and demand at a regional level through that. And what that can do is get rid of most or all programs, because we only invented these DR programs because we had bad prices. So we can make the whole system a lot simpler, and we can observe how much flexibility customers do in response to these prices, and change the prices to get the amount of flexibility that we want. That's the future. But the capacity problem that we're talking about in the morning is a very real one, and cannot and should not be solved with prices, and needs that separate mechanism. And so that that has to be, deterministic within ranges, so that the utility can be assured that systems can stay within bounds. But we just have to get beyond this idea that the grid needs to and should have visibility into customer DER in general. There will be exceptions, of course. EV charging stations, I'm sure, will have a different relationship with the grid from regular customers, but we need to separate those two things. And I'll stop there given the time. So thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. Jennifer, please go ahead. Can you please state your affiliation as well?
Yeah, hi, my name is Jennifer Bach. I representing myself at this point. And I want to build a little bit on the last comment, and that is that to add a different perspective is there are more entities that may be controlling DERs than just the IOUs. And I think, we're looking at a future where you may have other LSEs, other aggregators that are going to be controlling DER. And it's possible that, say, a CCA or a group of CCAs may have their own DERMS platform, or maybe using a flexibility marketplace platform to control or signal these other these DERs for customers in their service territory. So I think that thing is, visibility is somewhat two-way. I do agree with Bruce that it's somewhat of a fantasy to expect to have visibility into individual DERs, but the ecosystem is going to be much larger than what we're talking about here. It's not just the IOUs. I'm not disputing the fact that the IOUs need to be doing the grid orchestration, but there are going to be other entities that are going to be involved in here, whether they're aggregators or LSEs like CCAs, and different ways of doing that through programs, through their own pricing signals, through possibly marketplace platforms or DERMS platforms. So I just want to add that perspective that as we discuss this, it's not all about getting that visibility into the DSO or the ISO for that matter. It's about how do we actually share this data to make most efficient use of it, because customers are going to be doing things with those DERs for their own benefit as well. And they may need to be able to choose am I going to participate in this program at a DSO level, or am I going to be able to participate at the wholesale market level? So I want to make sure as we're looking at these grid modernization plans that we're planning for these other mechanisms, these other scenarios, these other market players, these other motivations.
Jennifer, thanks for your feedback for the group here. With that, we do want to keep to our timing and schedule here. We're going to transition to the next variation on this question, which is the DER visibility to the Cal ISO. So think that just a few thoughts to tee this up as well. And so if you look on the left-hand part of the slide, this was feedback that was provided by the group of participants here in our first workshop by, I think, a range of different groups talking about well, there's a question of what range of visibility is needed, but the need or the operational need for some level of visibility to the Cal ISO had been raised by multiple parties. And as we dug through the implementation plans of the utilities, I think these two questions came up on the right. One is, what's the correct level? I think it's a different variation on the question we were just talking about, what level of disaggregation or what level within the grid as well as within the types of loads themselves. And then as grid services markets continue to evolve, the question of coordination, use of those resources at both the distribution level and transmission level, this raises to the forefront as well. So we see these as, through the feedback that's been given here, areas where it's still, I think there's still further discussion that's necessary. We want to raise that for further discussion and confirm and see what recommendations folks have for the commission on this topic. So if we can step forward to the next slide, Serena. So on particularly those two questions we talked about on the right, we want to hear folks' thoughts on what actions the commission can take to address that, and then what potential actions outside of the CPUC jurisdiction can stakeholders take on this topic as well. So I think that's the context we wanted to provide and the space for some of this discussion. I think maybe actually ask for if there's someone from the Cal ISO, if you want to step forward and share some of your perspective on, I think there was definitely a question on what level type of visibility is needed and how to coordinate that among the different players here. But Kevin, I'll let you start us off here.
Yeah, thanks, Jake. Am I coming in okay? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear
Cool.
okay.
Hey, everyone. Okay, thanks. Hey, everyone. Kevin Head from the ISO. First, really appreciate Gridworks flagging the operational needs that we see from previous meetings, and just wanted to reiterate some of those needs and then move into some of the answers to the discussion questions here. But first, maybe just a little bit of background of what we use load forecasting for. So, each day we have a predicted shape of load that we do in the day-ahead market, and then we update it periodically during the real-time market. We use that to make sure we know what resources need to be available to meet that load. And that load is a function of the gross load, the total amount of energy that everyone's using. And then we back out any behind the meter resources that are serving that load in a way that doesn't interact with our system directly. So we do feel that having both of those components is currently an important part of our load forecasting process. And currently we really have a lot of transparency into the behind the meter PV, the behind the meter solar, but very little in the behind the meter other types of DERs. And so that visibility we feel is important, and we feel that there's an important distinction from DER visibility and DER kind of management. And so what we mean by DER visibility is kind of being able to see at an aggregated level what types of DERs are out there, what their maximum capacity is, maybe at the zip code or substation level or some level that's aggregated higher than the individual customer level. But we already see that kind of lack of DER visibility affecting operational considerations at the ISO today. For example, we've seen large DER aggregate or batteries discharging during load peaks, and that causes some issues. We don't have visibility into how big those batteries are when they're planning to dispatch. And that's even just for larger batteries, not even thinking about aggregations of smaller batteries, which we think would cause similar issues. And when I mean issues, I guess I'm talking about reliability implications, cost implications, and greenhouse gas implications. So, from a reliability perspective, when these batteries start discharging, it happens really quickly. And so to make up for that decrease in load at the transmission system level, we have to ramp down a bunch of other resources. And that's just difficult to do operationally. From a cost perspective, we could project, in our load forecast that we're going to need certain resources to be on. But because turns out we don't need those in retrospect because there was DER batteries being dispatched, we might have to keep that less economic resource online because it's not as flexible, which has cost implications because we still have to, as a grid operator, make sure that resource is paid for making that, generating that energy. And then, that resource could also be a gas generator. And so we could, in theory, incur some greenhouse gas emissions that might have been avoided had we had that visibility into the DERs in the first place. And so turning to the solutions, we feel like the CPUC could really help address that gap by establishing some sort of common database or standardized reporting framework for DER data sharing. And I think this is a point that others have hit on today. And so we're kind of echoing that answer. And we view that kind of database, data sharing platform as sort of the foundation. And then, as we build up, there would be some sort of enabling mechanisms like communication protocols or ways to visualize the data. And then, specifying what types of data we're talking about, which would be, the static characteristics, which we've also talked about today. So the type of DERs that are out there, again, at an aggregated level of some sort, how quickly those can respond if they're participating in a market or a program at the DSO. And then, what the actual real-time status of those resources, that's like would be a great thing to have as well. And we view the state's DG stats as kind of a really good model of what the CPUC could look towards, like a target for other types of DERs. And so that's a repository of data about solar behind the meter resources. And, it's something that the ISO uses today in developing our load forecast. And it's got, it's presented at a sufficient level of granularity that it's useful for us, but as far as we understand, it protects consumer privacy concerns. It's a public data platform. It's got that common communication protocol. And I'm not an expert in the history of this, but it was developed somehow by the state, maybe through EPIC funding. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it seems like the CPUC could encourage that type of thing. Or partner with the CEC in developing a similar tool that could be used. So yeah, those are our comments and thoughts for the time being. Thanks for
Kevin, thanks for starting us off. So what I heard, you gave us a overview from your perspective on how this information is important for operations. And your primary recommendation is a common database sharing platform that similar to DG stats, but would expand to other DERs. That okay. Thanks for offering that and starting our discussion there. Claire?
Just a clarification question to Kevin. So do you have any sources for in front of the meter solar and storage? You say DG stats is really useful. What do we have for on the distribution grid in front of the meter solar and storage?
Well, I might have to defer to one of my colleagues to respond to your question because I don't want to misstate anything. We definitely do have transparency into solar and, batteries and those types of things that are at the transmission system level, but wanted to see if there's answers to whether we have that similar capability if it's on the distribution level. I'm just not sure.
Okay, so I think you're gonna double check, and then Samuel, you have your hands up. You have further feedback for the group here.
Yes, you can is broadly in alignment with functional requirements that CAISO just laid out for high DER future, and our presentations have provided examples, other real world examples that could be leveraged and adapted and deployed in California. The statewide data hub concept to establish that kind of comprehensive communications framework, and the statewide DER register to define all of the characteristics of DERs that should be collected and to make sure that that's being done and made available. And then as we kind of look forward to a future in which an increasingly large volumes of DERs are being orchestrated in response to more locational price signals and distribution grid requirements. In other words, they're modifying load outside of the wholesale market signals. There needs to be some sort of platform that is kind of tracking that activity and communicating it through the DER register and communications hub to CAISO. So it's kind of, you need to collect the right data to begin with. You need to update that continuously to reflect what's operationally playing out or scheduled. And then you need to convey that to the appropriate, the market operator and other entities involved in those transactions.
Thanks, Samuel. I definitely took it, and I think Kevin had weighed in earlier and supported some of your earlier comments. I think definitely heard there was alignment on the general recommendation here. We've also teed up this topic in our last session, so I think we can further explore there. I also want to, let's see, we had two hands go up. One, Ali from OATI.
We had discussed this in the earlier workshops, the whole concept of operational coordination between DSOs or distribution side and the bulk power side, the CalISO, I think is an important consideration that could encompass a number of things that have been discussed. For example, if a distribution company, whether it's a CCA or it's a IOU, etc., activates a demand response program for their own benefits, for load shaping or things of that nature. Certainly CalISO needs to be informed that they are adjusting load, things of that nature. Or if aggregators are scheduling things with CalISO, the distribution company needs to know about it. So that whole concept of DER registry and operational coordination, along with all the visibility and information exchanges that comes within that construct, I think is very important element of going forward with high DER including the forecasting, net load forecasting, or DER forecasting, and the comments that were made by CalISO. Just want to underscore all those facts.
So I think what you definitely helped confirm was, on the prior slide, what we said, the second primary gap. I think you're reiterating you see similar. Can I just ask you on this first question, what would you recommend to the CPUC to make progress, or outside of CPUC, but particularly the CPUC? What can they do to take further action on what you've highlighted
I
here?
think the comment is many of the things that we have talked, for example, the previous comment about the IOUs have visibility to DERs, and then CalISO have information. They are kind of interrelated. And I personally feel that, or based on the interactions in the marketplace, the concept of operational coordination between distribution side and the bulk power side could encompass number of these factors. And in order to coordinate operationally, you need to have information exchanges, you need to have forecasts kind of exchanged, you need to have operational adjustments in load or things like that, material be communicated. So the recommendation is to not look at each individual item in its own bucket, rather than looking at it more in a coordinated, basically interactions between these, or impact of these different considerations, and coming up with a more broad-based solution, and perhaps this coordination of distribution operation and bulk power operation might be a broader construct that number of these elements can fall underneath that.
Okay. Thank you, Ollie. I think Amber, you have your hand up. Is there prior question or topic you wanted to speak to, or you have recommendations here?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify if you guys can hear me first. This is Amber.
Yeah, and can you say who you're affiliated with?
Yeah, I'm Amber Motley from the California ISO. I wanted to get back to one of the questions of the data that the front of the meter resources provide. So one of the things that you have for a market participating solar resource, wind resource, hybrid resource that is, made up of multiple types, is that we do receive information from them. We receive real-time information of what the resource is doing in telemetry. But we also have a lot of characteristic data, which I think is really important to this conversation of those resources, where they're located, the dispatchability that they have, the ramps that they have, the different qualifications of their max and their min, the panel type that's there. All of those things are specified in our tariff underneath Appendix Q, if you really want to get into the details. They also have meteorological information that are getting fed to help with the forecasting capabilities for each of those resources. So they do have those pieces, and the hybrid resources, I think that's really relevant to talk about too, when we're talking about DERs, because most of the time DERs in the future are going to be hybrid and aggregated in some nature. The hybrid resources also have visibility to what each component underneath that hybrid is. So we know the max and the min of the solar part of the hybrid. We know the max and the min of the battery part of the hybrid. And then we know the connection of what that hybrid is, or what we call the POI, the point of interconnect on the system. And that information is really valuable for forecasting. What you see is that the hybrid resources are still weather dependent, right? So even when you have a rooftop solar resource partnered with a battery resource, partnered with an EV on the system, that weather dependent resource can drive the overall behavior that has to happen at the POI of the hybrid. That's all on the grid side. But I think that there's some good lessons to take from that grid side, especially with the hybrid integration. As we start talking about the DERs, the characteristics of the DERs that are needed. So with that, I'll pause, and hopefully that kind of answered the question earlier.
I think that was Claire's question. And what, let me see if I caught it correctly. Claire has a comment here. I don't know if you want to come on. What I heard is, I think you said a lot of those details are in the
I'm just curious, Amber, thank you for the clarification. Are you speaking of resources which are qualified to participate in the wholesale market, or is this the universe of in front of the meter DER? If it's the latter, if it's a complete universe like DG Stats is, are those data publicly available?
I wish it was the universe. That's Amber's opinion, by the way. But it is not. It is not. It's just those that are market participating. I think the one thing that we see that Kevin talked to earlier is the importance of setting the foundation of DER visibility. And I think that foundation really starts with a database collecting all of the DER characteristic data, not getting into telemetry information, but really getting into the characteristic data of what is out there, where are you, what are your capabilities. But what I'm speaking to and what's in the requirements of Appendix Q, those are just market participating resources.
Okay, so we've had, I think, between Kevin and Amber have shared a lot of the perspective of the Cal ISO. Had some discussion on statewide data sharing platform relevant to the topic. Some confirmation on the need to coordinate the different grid services markets. I want to, well, I've got a number of comments coming in the chat, so thanks for everyone's active participation. I want to, I guess, reorient people to the particularly question number one. What, to the extent we have about 20 minutes left here, can you, quickly convey what the top action that the CPUC should take on this topic, which could also, I mean, like I heard a comment in here as well that no action's needed. But I think just so we can better document exactly where the CPUC should be looking next on this topic as well. So we heard, I think, one very direct action is further work on a statewide data sharing platform that have to be coordinated between different, I think, different representatives or parties to this discussion. Other commentary or feedback on that question number one in particular? Samuel.
Well, in addition to the kind of statewide data sharing platform and data hub concept, I would just emphasize that a statewide standard approach, potentially third-party administered function, would be a DER register. And I think that was well covered, but you just didn't mention it there.
Sorry, Sam, I've been monitoring three things at once. Can you restate your, so the statewide data player, stated data sharing platform, what was the second piece?
Well, in addition to that, a statewide DER registry.
Got it.
It collects all the necessary characteristics, like Kaisa was saying, for both in front of the meter and behind the meter DER resources.
Okay, thank you for your feedback. I think, again, I want to see if we have other questions or comments from some of the IOU participants in particular. I know in our review of this topic, you had some questions on what information or the level of disaggregation, what information. I don't, hoping folks want to step forward and share some of your thoughts or what you see are would be valuable next steps. And I misspoke earlier. I was correct. We have 10 minutes left for this topic. But also, if we've exhausted the discussion, we can take an early break as well. But I don't think we've quite gotten there yet. We've had a couple IOU participants weigh in on the chat. I don't know if willing to step forward and share your feedback with the group.
Well, I'll jump in here for a minute, Gabe from Energy Vision. So I don't claim to have the answers to what the CPUC should do, but I just want to observe a few themes of discussion I've heard. It seems like parties are grappling with what's the right level of DER visibility, from all the way down to the individual DER to the point of interconnection, like just what's behind the meter, not knowing everything else, all the way up to the interface between the DSO and the ISO. So I just think these are important questions for all of us to think about, because they imply what's the level of action to be taken. And so it seems like a lot of further understanding of getting some consensus around what's the right scale of visibility is going to be important for what the actions are. So just that's been a helpful discussion to tease that out.
Thanks, Gabe. We want to pause again. Got active discussion in the chat. Samuel, you have further comments?
Just teeing off what Gabe was saying, I think that there's probably broad agreement that in terms of visibility, every interconnection of a behind the meter asset, we should be collecting all the data that would be useful to CAISO, useful from a DSO perspective, useful in terms of transacting in future with those assets. And those records should be kept updated over time. I think the fuzzier part of this is how, at one end of the spectrum would be real-time monitoring of every behind the meter DER asset, which everyone broadly agrees is impractical and not cost effective. So that that brings up kind of what I see as the key issue to drill down on, which is how do we ensure that aggregations of these assets are being and what those aggregations are being contracted for to provide in terms of services are reported in a standardized fashion to CAISO, to the DSO, to the load serving entities, to across all the market participants involved in flexing the load in that way.
So what I hear you say, I mean, this is the further detailing your concept proposal of the DER registry. That, am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, the DER registry would capture the contraction, the performance requirements that any asset had entered into. You can suggest that a DER market platform, like a flexibility market platform, could keep those database records updated at some frequency over time, or provide the reporting of what flexibility contracts are being transacted in specific places and over different time frames.
Okay, Samuel, thank you for further clarification. In response to, I think, the Gabe's prompt for, better understanding what steps CPUC can potentially take. We have 5 minutes left, and I do want to just check and see what other feedback on this topic. I mean, I think we have gotten a fair amount. I think it's been helpful. It'll help us answer this question and inform the commission. I do want to give opportunity. We've had a lot of dialogue in the chat. So folks that want to weigh in for the group here, we'll give one last chance for that. And if not, I think we can start our break a little early, but we'll give another 10 seconds or so, see if anyone else wants to. I think we've gotten where we need to, or we've gotten as much feedback from the group as we're going to get today in the session. So I want to thank you all. Appreciate your what you shared. Kevin and Kaiso folks in particular, thanks for starting us off and helping us understand, your perspective and all of the different the feedback that folks offered for us. So appreciate that. I think we're going to go on break, and I think we'll come back at 2:25. So we got probably a couple extra minutes here. So thanks all. And our next topic, we'll look at flexible load energization and use it as a roadmap for building distribution grid services opportunities. So thank you all, and we'll see you back here at 2:25. Great, thanks everyone. Got the recording going, so we're going to move on to our fourth topic here. Serena, can you please move us forward? Okay, our topic here builds on a number of different discussions have occurred throughout the course of this workshop series. So I think the general idea here is, we've heard the first workshop, number of participants in the first workshop on looking at better opportunities to build distribution level grid services through an open access distribution system. We've heard various different articulations of that. So we wanted to tee up a topic here with a very intentional sequence. One is by enabling flexible load energization that will allow more DERs to get online. And then as that load energization process gets more sophisticated, the ability to build broader, more sophisticated distribution system markets based on the growing electrification loads. And so this slide tees up similar stepwise progression on flexible loads that are foreseen by some of the different proceedings going on, particularly the work of the Smart Inverter Operationalization Working Group, looking at a static limit, and then by employing different types of firm and non-firm import limits, building to a more dynamic system that allows interconnection of the expected growth in flexible loads. So that's the building block here. And if Serena, if we move forward one more slide. So that's the building block on the left. Opportunities for electric vehicles and building electrification at scale, using flexible load energization to make the best use of existing infrastructure, will allow increased DER penetration broadly throughout the distribution system. And then assuming that is where we're going towards, how do we then leverage that for the different types of distribution level grid services? So I think we wanted to focus the discussion on two different types of a capacity type resources, one that can provide load relief on demand in anticipated of congestion, and then another on a more emergency reliability basis during different types of switching operations. So that's a quick tee up for the questions that we've framed and posed to the group here for discussion. And I think, thanks, Serena. We want to start on our first question. Again, this is focused on recommendations for near-term actions, and what actions can the CPUC consider to support the firm import limits and the non-firm load energization, these building blocks for that more dynamic, flexible load in the future. And then what actions can you take to build distribution grid services markets from these loads as they increase over time? So I think we want to first start with the first question, feedback from the group on what actions the commission can take, including the ones before them today or in the future, to support enabling these functions for flexible loads. So I've got something in my eye. So with that, I want to open up for further discussion. We hope to get vibrant discussion on this topic in general, but first on the flexible energization topic. And thanks, Gabe. Gabe wants to help start us off.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to try to offer maybe a suggestion for the framing, and that is, these are very different use cases. They do build upon each other. So if you develop the capability for flexible service connections, you are probably creating some of the foundational capabilities to enable the second use case. But my suggestion would be, let's walk before we run. And so let's at least start with the simpler use case, and before we just jump into the more complicated one, because I think it is a pretty high priority right now. It relates to interconnection, or I should say energization delays that some electric vehicle charging service connections experience because there isn't enough upstream capacity. And so there's a way to enable load to be connected, maybe not at the full amount that it was originally applying for, but to do so sooner while the upstream capacity is being built, which sometimes can take years. So since that's a pretty big high priority, I just wanted to add that additional context, and also just to try to put some guardrails around our discussion. You know, we want to talk about both, but let's just intentionally talk about the first, and then move into the second. That's all.
Yeah, I think your focus in particular on the firm import limits and using that as the way to facilitate the service connections prior to grid upgrades. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I think thanks for that further specificity and framing for the group here. And then Richard, you want to offer some thoughts for the group here?
Yeah, Richard here from Cal Advocates. Look, I'll start us off by just reiterating what Amin Yunus presented on last time, also from Cal Advocates. And I think he was offering a solution, and I think I can put this in the firm import limits for now. And that's just to follow a similar approach to taken with a limited generation profile, which is to move from a single value to multiple values for import limits, as we have done for export limits. And the now final resolution 5296 envisages 24 values per year for export limits. That could be an approach we take for import limits. Should allow greater capacity, or better use of the capacity that we have. maybe we think about a similar approach, which is a commission decision followed by workshops, an advice letter, and a resolution to get towards that.
So thanks for kicking it. So my takeaway is follow similar approach to the path, or I think maybe a quicker by following the path on the firm export limits with firm import limits, establish those, and then see what next steps are needed further.
Ideally with fewer stages of advice letters compared to the limited generation profile process. But yes, a quicker approach to that would be much better.
Yeah, and then probably building on Gabe's comment, the idea of urgency with this, given that these are holdups on electric vehicle charging or various types of EV infrastructure that's been deemed a high priority. That so you're thinking that was part of the reason for following paths that have been used before and some level of urgency on it. Sorry, Richard, that was bad.
That's right. Yeah. Yes. And you can see, I think our slides are up on the Gridworks website from workshop 2 with some of the detail on that in there.
So folks have other comments on, I think the way Richard captured it in the Cal Advocates, this was partially taken based on the recommendations that the organization's made in the past 2 workshops. Are there further feedback to the group here on that topic, or building on the recommendation that Richard had just discussed, additional next steps that would need to be taken to enable the firm import limits? Got Mark.
Hey Jay, thanks. This is Mark Momaket with Enphase. I think building on Richard's comments around developing schedules for import limitation, time varying, I think an important part of that is opening up a review of the IU's energization rules to explicitly allow for use of load management technologies and implementation of limited load profiles. There's some indication that load rules prevent deployment of these technologies from a legal standpoint. I think PG&E Rule 2 has a definition of connected load ratings that defines the load service that they will build their system for as the sum of all behind the meter devices, and that seems to pose a pretty fundamental barrier to deploying LLPs and the technology to achieve them. So I think it's a critical near-term action while we're looking at development of LLPs.
Okay, so points there. Are there other rules specific to loads that would need to be addressed? I mean, I think following in my head what you're talking about and how that's a potentially limiting factor. Are there other rules or treatment of other IOUs that would have to, right? So what I take away from this is that probably have to do a look through some of these rules and propose red lines to them that would further support enabling this function.
Yes, I think at a minimum, it would be rules 2, 15, which is distribution line extensions, rule 16, which is service connections, and then 29 and 45, which are the EV infrastructure tariffs. That's what we would suggest starting with.
Thanks for that. Michael, you wanted to weigh in for the group?
Yeah, thanks, Jay. Michael Berigian with Southern California Edison, Distribution Policy and Implementation. So I'm not sure how familiar this group is with SCE's LCMS, Load Control Management System pilot, but we currently do have a pilot in which we are expediting the energization of customer load requests using a schedule of limited load profiles. Currently, the resolution of those profiles is 6 values, where the limited generation profiles are 24 per the resolution that was previously mentioned. But we found so far that 6 values are adequate because we are only attempting to constrain the customer's demand during the peak load conditions during the day and throughout the year. So generally, the highest loading days during the summer is when we would implement the limited import limit or limited load profile for the customer. But wanted folks to be aware that we do have a pilot, and currently we're exploring a maximum of 6 values in that static schedule.
Thanks, Mike. So going back to Richard's comment, I mean, I think what you're saying is there could be a more simplified version to establish those import limits versus on the export ones that you believe sufficient from what you've worked on so far.
Yeah, so, and I think where it really becomes complex is when we have multiple customers seeking energization on a single circuit, where typically like the first customer is going to get the lion's share, if not the entirety of the available load on that circuit. So it's really a function of, you know, how much the customers are requesting and in what order and what timing. But just from the learnings in our pilot so far, we found that 6 values have been adequate. And actually, to that end, what we've also found in the pilot is that every one of the customers that's participated in that pilot has elected only to implement half of those values, just to simplify the power control system configuration. So that's not to say every customer will be in that same situation, but from what we've seen so far, the customers participating in our pilot have been willing to give up some of the additional capacity to prioritize simplified power control system configuration.
Okay. Follow that. How about, do you have any comment on the Mark's comments from Enphase on possible, I mean, I believe he was talking about a different utility, but any changes to SCE's rules that would be necessary?
Don't believe I'm prepared to comment on that one.
Okay. Fair enough. Did we have other feedback, particularly from the IOUs doing, maybe we heard from Michael on the pilots that SCE's been working on, from SDG&E or PG&E, any of your pilot feedback on the load energization pilots that you've been working on? Nothing that folks want to, okay. Kirsten.
Yeah, this definitely is a topic of discussion amongst us as the utilities. So far with our interconnection process, we haven't seen any delays in our ability to interconnect new load. So it's not something that we're currently piloting or seeing as a gap. However, with wanting to make sure that we are enabling customer choice as we go forward, that is something we'll continue to reassess the business processes accordingly, learn from what our fellow utilities are seeing right now on their system, and then further be able to kind of evaluate scalability of asset control if we do go into a more of a flexible load capabilities.
Okay, thanks, Kirsten. I don't know if we have John from PG&E online still. Anything you want to offer from experience, the pilots you're working on now?
Well, I think there's a lot been said already that's pretty reflected. We see a pretty tremendous uptick in requests for this kind of analysis to be provided. I would say from experiences so far with the stakeholders that we've been interacting with is they are interested. It does have a customer experience impact, and depending on what type of business they have, it it has to align with the customer's business operations and intentions. So we have a number of EV charging facilities that are interested and working through the puzzle of using this strategy. And that seems to be increasing as the word gets out. But from a gap standpoint, I think we are going to run our pilots. We have an aim for 10 sites, and those sites will manage through our DERMS platform. And I think what's really key is being able to provide the prospective customer and their use of it with accurate details of what a potential forecast looks like and when they would have to modify their load or manage their load. So Jay, I'm not sure if there's a specific question you want me to address. I think the others have also commented on similar things. There's a lot of technical background, and then there's customer attributes. But is there something specific you want me to address?
Sure. Thanks for the prompt. I think you covered the first one that I'd asked was just an overview of the pilots you're doing. Coming back to the first question here, and I think the concept that Richard from Cal Advocates had offered, can there be a fairly near-term path to establishing the firm import limits, similar to what was just occurred with the limited generation profiles? Like, is that a clear path that folks can work on, submit to the commission and seek near-term resolution? I think they've proposed it as a recommended action. Okay, so go ahead.
Oh, I'm just thoughtful around whether there's an immediate action necessary or not there. I mean, we have a process that's been identified using day ahead attributes to provide to the customer for managing their load and meeting the limit. But I think we have in practice already the ability to work with the customer on firm schedules, and we're trying to move to this more non-firm and day ahead scheduling through the DERMS platform that allows us to provide the maximum amount of energy available at various times without having to provide that limitation. And that may vary over time. I would agree with someone had mentioned that where this becomes material and more complicated is when we have multiple requests to connect. And I think in the sense he was discussing was around the sequence of who gets how much capacity, but in the sense that we have one flexible connection or a non-firm limiting load, and then we have another customer come onto the same line. There's a lot to be learned through our pilots on what happens as additional customers participate in a similar program, and how that load profile changes, and how prior customers would also have to adjust their load. So there's a lot to be learned in this environment. And again, we're going to navigate these 10 pilots, and the outcomes of those are going to tell us a lot about customer behavior and what happens as load changes on the circuit.
Okay, no, I appreciate your response. Samuel has his hand up. I think I have a few questions, but I think we want to make sure that we round out the discussion among the participants here. So Samuel, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Jay. Samuel Golding on behalf of UCAN. So a lot of this is, about essentially constraining customers to support energization, right, and interconnection, while the utilities complete necessary upgrades in those areas with capacity constraints. And looking ahead, if the goal is to kind of maximize value and lower costs for ratepayers in a high DER environment, that's very much about supplanting utility investments in their networks with procurement of services from third-party financed and operated DER assets. And so here's an area where we think that a flexibility market platform could provide a mechanism for those DER assets and aggregators in one place to provide grid flexibility in these targeted areas and at the right time. So a DER market platform would, instead of constraining the customer, allow the procurement of capacity at the times when you would otherwise need to constrain an individual customer's schedule. And so that deploying that sort of platform would lead to the most economically efficient use of the network, and while avoiding grid upgrades to the maximum extent possible.
So Sam, I think you've offered your insight onto the second question. Gabe wanted some focus on the first one, but what I take from your comment, I think it's in line that as you have flexible energization available, as customers get online, they then, I think you're advocating that flexible platform would be the venue for procuring the types of grid services that they could offer. So I think that's leading ahead to our second question, but I think in agreement with the foundational block on the first one. And yeah, the idea is to allow faster interconnection while we, in lieu of waiting for upgrades. And your question is, could that be deferred or offset entirely in the future, depending on the types of flexibility offered? So I want to thank you for weighing in on that. I do want to make sure, Richard, going back to your comment, I think I just want to kind of take the temperature on how you see the level of urgency on this. What I heard from Gabe was this is a high priority. Potential delays or actual delays with electrification is a real concern. And I think what I heard you and have been advocating for the past, that this needs to be a priority, and you've advocated for a set of actions that could enable things to happen quicker. So I just want to confirm, Richard, from your standpoint, at least to the extent you represent your office, you see this as a high priority and an urgent matter.
Yeah, I do. Yep, I confirm that.
Okay, and then anything further you want to see on like the set of required actions that I think you've had some in the past? You noted some of your presentations. We heard from Enphase, maybe some other rule changes that are necessary. Anything else come to mind?
No, nothing else from me at this stage.
Okay. So I think what I want to start with is on the first question that we've heard some of the feedback where the current status is. We've heard from Cal Advocates that they see this as a priority. Some of the other changes, I think, want to make sure and see what other feedback there is on this topic on necessary steps on the flexible load energization, as well as folks that would, I think, affirm Richard's viewpoint that you see it as a priority. Okay. Not seeing more. There's nothing more that people have to add. I think we can hold the conversation there for now, and we'll characterize it. And then I think I want to move into the second question here, which is basically assuming you have new sources of flexible load coming through this process, what are the priority areas or next steps for building broader distribution system grid services from them? I think we try to give the two examples of capacity-based services. What Samuel's talking about is basically a form of capacity deferral. I think, Samuel, you talked about the flexibility platform as what UCAN has advocated for to broadly enable these services. I think we want to foster for additional conversation on what those steps would look like, or other pathways to build those products. So we have Samuel coming off of mute here. So any further thoughts or what you want to share and suggest?
Oh, well, so this was flagged for a topic of discussion in the gap assessment, and with the note that the IOUs appear to disagree on this need. So I was hoping to get more of insight into how what their perspectives are on this and how they would alternatively facilitate these sorts of transactions.
And I think if I'm correct, remembering correct, you're talking about the statewide. What I don't think they just necessarily disagreed on the need for market mechanisms. I think it was the specific recommendation, the statewide flexibility platform. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, okay. It's just because from a market development point of view, standardizing the creation of a distribution level market for these transactions for LSEs and utilities to transact with DER aggregators within a framework that allows for communication with CAISO, coordination at the T&D nodes around that. I'm not sure why we wouldn't deploy that on a statewide basis, particularly when, in addition to the economy of scale and the scope that would afford, it would also enable municipal utilities to elect to join the local flexibility market. So it could cover kind of the entire state at least cost. And I suppose the alternative would have, well, I'd like to hear from the utilities what their preferred alternatives would look like.
Thanks for expanding on that. I think Ali has his hand up. So while Ali's going, if any representatives from the IOUs want to offer their, I just want to be, I think that was my characterization in that gap analysis, that there seemed to be disagreement there, and that was based on some comments in the prior workshops. So I think that was inaccurate. I think want to make sure we correct that, and then I think foster if there's a different vision than a broader statewide flexibility platform. I think that would be definitely what we want to hear about next. And so folks can tee up your thoughts, and then Ollie, you've been
So
patient.
I just want to throw in an example to just kind of put the context. Say, for example, if an DC EV charging station want to go online that exceeds the circuit's capacity, perhaps allowing that entity to establish agreements with some other loads, CNIs or other loads on the same circuit, that they provide flexibility to reduce their load when the peak is exceeding, and then come with a interconnection proposal that involves their facility and some flexible loads on the same circuit to be able to adjust their capabilities if a need comes. Those kinds of scenarios are I think in the next few years, we're going to see the need for those kind of capabilities to coordinate, say, peaks on an EV charging station with flexible resources on the same circuit. And whether it is responsibility of utility to arrange those things, or the entity that putting the application for the interconnection can negotiate with some other aggregators or loads on the same circuit to secure that kind of agreement.
Thanks for offering that, Ollie. I think we had a local example. I think I've served and worked in Hawaii here for well over almost 20 years now. We had a concept of that floated it was termed a self-aggregator type of model. The customer would serve as the aggregator themselves among other, well, in this case, customers on circuit. That's the type of model you're talking about?
Yes, that is. Yeah, I'm kind of envisioning if a rule is going to be established, we need to think forward next several years. What kind of scenarios can come about, and certainly there is a possibility that entity might hire an aggregator, go knock on buildings' doors or neighborhood, especially in downtowns and other places, to establish a transactive type arrangement between its load and some other loads through third parties or through themselves or otherwise.
That's a very good example, Ali. Thank you. Would you agree that a market platform that supports those sorts of transactions would be, well, maybe not necessary, but certainly useful or critical for facilitating those transactions at a meaningful scale and in a reliable and verifiable fashion?
The comment I made earlier regarding operational coordination, when one throws in term market, all of a sudden people think about bidding and settlements and all sorts of things. Maybe the operational coordination may be a little bit softer construct kind of a thing, but certainly the capabilities are needed to do these things, and in that context the whole visibility and role of grid operator, the DSO, etc., all come about, but whether one has to really create a marketplace or allow bilateral arrangements and some sort of oversight and the coordination framework. Certainly on the wholesale side of the side of operation, yes, you got the ISOs, but there are a lot of areas that operate in a bilateral fashion with established frameworks to allow the grid operator the things be visible to grid operator. They approve the transactions, they approve the operations, they approve when I say transaction, not business transactions, but scheduling and adjustments and things of that nature. They have visibility. Technologically, all these things are very possible, but as a framework to have it established, that's I think the questions on the table.
Right. I guess if I were a customer and I was looking to procure capacity on a circuit that my facility was on, I wouldn't really know how to, do you look in the yellow pages under DER aggregators and then call them up and say, do you have any capacity on my circuit? Or, that's where I think that a standardized marketplace would
perhaps
still a critical gap.
Perhaps.
Okay, I think thank you both for the insights you've shared. I was trying to tee up see if there was a response from some of our ILU participants. I haven't seen anyone raise their hand yet. I maybe now want to take the risk of calling on one in particular participant who's certainly shared a lot of feedback on building these distribution grid services market. I don't know, Lorenzo, if you have thoughts you want to share at this time on establishing these sorts of distribution grid capacity service markets. He's in the room. Never sure if he's right immediately available. So meantime, we've had Samuel offer his further discussion of a statewide flexibility market. I think Ali bring up some important, I think useful thoughts on types of arrangements you can anticipate in the future. Want to open up for further discussion on the types of opportunities folks would see for building different distribution system markets and products to offer. Not seeing, thank you. We have, I don't want to make sure, I want to make sure I don't, I want to pronounce your name correctly. Do you want to please weigh in here? Thank you. Please go ahead. Looks like you're off mute. I'm not sure if you're having trouble with your connection or in the meantime, if you want to type your anything you want, having an audio issue, please feel free to go ahead and I think type in any feedback in the chat if you don't think you can connect. Samuel, in the meantime, you've offered, I think you had some further detail on how you see dynamic retail pricing fitting in. I think if you want to offer any more discussion, explanation of that concept.
I was responding there to Bruce Nordman, who was thinking that dynamic retail pricing is a local flexibility market, and it's our and Sam White also weighed in a way that I agree with, which is, if you deploy dynamic pricing, if you make that available, that will change the available capacity at any given time. But a local flexibility market platform would additionally enable longer term firm transactions like the ones we were discussing. So they're separate, they're complementary, and it's not an either or.
Yeah, understood. Do you want to explain that a little further, how they're complementary?
Well, a transaction through a flexibility market would presumably be it would create an obligation, right, between the counterparties. Whereas, prices to devices, it's optional whether the device will respond to the price. So, for example, in this example that we were talking about, where a customer would be constrained in a way that would negatively impact them unless they were able to arrange for another party to provide firm capacity at those times, you couldn't really solve that reliably in this case, through simply a price signal.
Thanks for the further feedback. I want to give Gabe. No, we have a couple of hands up. We'll get to them. I want to give Gabe a chance to weigh in.
Yeah, I think that's well said, that the highly dynamic pricing as well as a capacity, grid service or marketplace are very compatible. I mean, maybe to help get some more input from the utilities, just think of it this way. Assume you have some firm and non-firm import and export capabilities. What would you do with that? I mean, we've talked about the use case of enabling energization that is delayed because of an upstream capacity need. But let's take it a step further. If you had these capabilities, what good could you do with them? Just start with the basics of some improvements you could see that are cost effective and beneficial to lowering costs.
Excellent ask, Gabe. I think, yeah, I think want to give opportunity for those folks to digest that a little bit. We have a few hands up. I think we'll try and take those folks first, and then definitely want to get that feedback. Basically, flip this around. If you had these tools at your disposal, the firm load and the flexibility from the non-firm, what could you see it being useful for? So thank you for posing things in that perspective. And then I think, geez, I think Ali had his hand up, and then Bruce and David. But I think as we get folks showing on Gabe's question, please put your hands up as well.
I'll be quick.
Sure.
The one concept that we have been kind of kicking around is kind of a paralleling the wholesale side. If one can compute the dynamic operating limits or dynamic hosting capacity forward, in other words, the day ahead or even beyond that, do we have a capacity limitation using forecasts and other things, and then create a pricing signal driven by available capacity. In other words, as things get tighter, like a congestion pricing or a congestion that happens on wholesale market, the price is function of the let's say capacity limitation on a given circuit, and then it's posted forward. That forward pricing gives a signal for folks to start planning their actions, and then progresses to operating time interval. So that whole concept of tying the dynamic pricing to the dynamic hosting capacity forward computation, forecasting dynamic hosting capacity or dynamic capacity, and then dynamic pricing related to that. And those dynamic pricing is perhaps to the DERs rather than to just average consumer loads and then grandma's heater. It is for participating loads. Perhaps I'm just throwing some thoughts on the table.
Thanks for that. Bruce, yeah, you're up next.
Yeah, the purpose of dynamic pricing is to reduce customer bills, not to increase customer bills, and that's how it operates in other countries. So as far as this question about having some customers voluntarily, and presumably for a fee, reduce their capacity, that sounds completely reasonable, but that sounds like something that the distribution grid would naturally organize, because the distribution grid is the one that's responsible for making sure the capacity limits are not exceeded. And if customers subscribe to capacity and somebody wants to have more and it's not available, then certainly the grid could have a way that customers could voluntarily reduce their capacity in exchange for some kind of payment in those cases. And that seems completely reasonable. But again, you have the price tool and you have the capacity tool, and they operate in parallel and they're essentially orthogonal to each other. But I think the distribution grid could operate both. We don't need other parties involved, because that would only increase costs.
Okay. I was okay. Following David Castle. I don't see you. Can you state your affiliation?
Hey, this is Dave Castle from SCE. Am I coming through okay?
Yeah, just fine. Thank you.
With SCE. Great. So I'll respond to Gabe's question about uses, and then I'll come back to the question about flexible marketplaces. So what are the uses? That's the question that we need to understand more and validate. Lots of potential ideas. Let's note that one potential use of procuring a specific DER to defer a specific capacity project need identified after the planning process is complete. That use case has been shown to be very difficult to actually find success in, i.e. the data process that we all know so well for the past several years. So what might work better? One thing that SCE has mentioned in comments is we think there's an opportunity to look at DERs much earlier in the planning process and to see how DERs could be used not just to defer a particular asset, but rather to create operational flexibility to more generally, more efficiently manage the utilization of the system that we have. So in theory, if you had a portfolio of DERs available on the system, as engineers were planning the system, they could look at the load shapes and see what would be useful here that would help us out. Maybe not avoid the need for a project, but perhaps just create more flexibility. So maybe if it had to get delayed, that wouldn't be a problem, or there might be just other things that would be possible, other reconfigurations that weren't considered previously. This hasn't really been done yet in a very sort of robust way. And that's in part because to do this, you need to have clear assumptions on what DERs are going to be available, how they're going to perform. And, you know, that's something that we're always learning more about. And so getting a better understanding of the opportunities are greater. I think something to note that is we are expecting lots of load growth due to TE and other sources. And so being able to avoid grid upgrades, period, may be challenging, but we want to make sure that we're deploying the upgrades as efficiently as possible and that we're making sure that we take the right steps at the right time so that we're not building too much capacity too quickly, but rather having a smooth transition as we gradually grow the capacity of the grid to accommodate new loads. There are other potential use cases for DERs that have not been explored a ton yet. I think one area to consider is, could they be used in outage mitigation? With the current DDIF process, that's not really possible just of how that program is set up with their market resources. Market resources you can't really use for outage mitigation because they're in the market. But you could imagine a different construct where potentially resources could be available to support outage mitigation. How well would that work? How useful would that be? You know, those are things that we're trying to explore and think about, but we don't have a lot of answers yet. Going back to the general marketplace. So I think it's helpful, as several people have said, to think about, we have potential pricing programs, dynamic pricing, other things using pricing, and ER to be dispatched at a particular time for a particular quantity. They are different. They do complement each other. And so just want to support thinking about both of those as two different approaches, and we should be exploring both of them, you know, in sort of the end state where we have all these services fully enabled. Probably there'll be some combination of dispatch programs and pricing programs, but what that combination looks like yet, I think it's still too early to say. You know, earlier in the conversation about dynamic pricing, we talked about how complicated it is to deploy at the system level and how we have a lot of pilots that are starting small, and we should continue to run those pilots and see what we learn from them, and then make decisions on how big and how broad to scale up and what that scale up should look like. And I think that's true for dispatch programs as well. You know, even starting small, if you were to envision sort of like a demand response program at the circuit level that allowed customers to participate with like any kind of device, whatever the brand is, just doing that sort of like demand response thing at the circuit level, that doesn't sound as like fancy and fun as a full transactional market. But even what I just said would be super complicated just because right now it's hard to get lots of different devices from different vendors to participate in the same program together. We don't really have an easy mechanism for that. And for a lot of devices, it can be challenging just to get them to dispatch at the circuit level. And so there's more work to do there. So as we look at it, we're not sure what that end state market should look like, how complicated it should be, but we do see opportunities to start piloting things that are sort of at the easier end of the spectrum, starting small and starting simple, see what works, see how many benefits we get, and then see how to scale it up and make it more complicated. Now, when it comes to statewide platforms, our view is that it doesn't make sense to separate out the grid services from operations. And so we at SCE, as are the other, and same with the other utilities, we are building up really robust grid mod plans that will have a lot of the capabilities to be the foundation for grid services once we're ready to enable them. And so as we look at it, we don't see an independent statewide marketplace. We see layering on these grid service capabilities onto the foundation that are built upon the ADMS and DERMS software packages and other related equipment that's already being deployed. And so I think that's why in the spreadsheet it says IOUs don't agree with the statewide platform. It's because we see these platforms as building upon the platforms that we're already in the process of developing. And way out in the future, it may be appropriate for a very robust transactive platform, or maybe that there's a different kind of market structure combining some level of dispatch programs with some quantity of pricing programs together that would be tightly integrated with the other parts of the DSO operations. So I'll pause there.
David, thank you. That really appreciate your full explanation there. It left me with one question. So I think you talked about where you stand currently, or there's discussion where you stand currently. Discussion, I think some agreement on some of the end state, where that there'll be some level of dynamic pricing and capacity-based market transactions, complementary. I guess my question is, how about the interim? What do you like in the next 5 years? Any thoughts on what to recommend to the commission to move forward from where you stand now to that longer term state? If you don't have that answer now, go ahead.
Yeah, so we've already talked about dynamic pricing and how our pilot's going. We have a lot of other pilots that are testing out various capabilities, various aspects of all of this. I think in some of our previous slides we talked about how there still remain gaps in what customers are willing to do when it comes to scheduled dispatch of their resources, and in parts that's because the infrastructure to implement scheduling and dispatch of customer resources, especially at the circuit level, is still in progress. And so I think looking at the total portfolio across the utilities of all the EPIC projects and other things that we have, some of those gaps will be addressed. I think if we were to try to do something, looking at scheduling at the local level and figuring out how we can push the limits there more than we have today, since there's very little happening right now, and see how to solve some of those gaps. For example, if the goal is to enable a single customer to participate in a scheduled program using multiple devices from different vendors, how do we make that happen? Or even just for a single vendor, how do we make sure that there's a way for a customer device to respond? It has to be automated from a signal from the utility when there's a third-party vendor involved, and somehow we need to make sure that we're only dispatching devices on a particular circuit. These are questions that we're still working through, and I think in the short term, this is something where we can push more on to see are there additional pilots that would help in this space? Are there particular things we should be focusing on for the pilots that are already being deployed, and making sure that we're learning all we can from them?
Okay. Thank you for the feedback. So there's a series of additional questions and pilots that you and others have been scoping that you think address a lot of the next iterations of questions here. Is that fair characterization?
Yeah, so if you go back to some of our previous slides from previous presentation, we've highlighted, some of the questions, and, as we were developing what we're thinking about this workshop, we sort of tried to refine those a little bit more in terms of what are the specific gaps about customer participation and willingness that we need to drill down on? What are the specific technology gaps that we need to have greater experience with? Again, some of which are being addressed through EPIC projects, but not necessarily completely. And the other piece of it is value, actually showing that, yes, once we all do this, the amount of concrete value to ratepayers is exceeding whatever the costs are associated with it. We're optimistic that we'll be able to show that in a lot of places, but still needs to get validated before it goes to scale.
Okay. Thanks. I think Samuel had a comment, probably in response to some of the feedback on the statewide platform. And then I also want to tee up, I see Woon had a question here in the chat to John Stallman. So I don't know if John, while Samuel's going, if you want to think about this and think about a response, but we'll go to Samuel first.
Thanks. I just wanted to respond to Edison. The just a clarification. The purpose of flexibility market platform isn't to kind of take over the utilities operations at the local level, but rather to facilitate the utility transacting with DER aggregators. And then the utilities would still have to put in place a lot of the block and tackle DERMS to manage flexible operations. So just, point of clarification there. And it's a pretty critical clarification, because if you accept that the point of the platform is to facilitate the transactions, then it follows that that would be most efficiently done, not on a utility by utility basis, but to create a standardized marketplace that's kind of as large as logically possible, over the natural boundaries of the statewide market. That would kind of ensure that the market could deliver at the least cost, and it would also kind of, by standardizing all of the kind of data formats, services, contracts, the operations, it would allow new entities to enter the market and transact and compete and create value with minimal barriers. Like, they wouldn't have to go through 3 different registration processes, and kind of the systems wouldn't evolve at different paces over time, right? It would just be a single unified market. It sounds as though the utilities are proposing instead that they individually evolve their DERMS capabilities to increasingly allow more granular control over DERs. And I just don't see why that is in the interest of ratepayers, when right now there are DER flexibility market platforms that are commercialized, that are offered by firms that specialize in running these markets. UCAN's comments in this proceeding have detailed several of those. In Europe, most recently being deployed in New York by National Grid. You can go online right now and see their capacity solicitations for DER. They need generation, or they need load drop. They're agnostic on that, but they need it in a certain place for certain time periods, and they're contracting for that right now. And so if that's something that can be accelerated in California through a competitive means, I haven't heard anything to really convince me that it's not in the interest of the state to do that.
Let's see here. I'm trying to follow the chat. I think well, David, I don't know if there's any first, Samuel, thank you for the feedback, and I don't know if there's any additional clarification that IOUs want to make on the topic, or I part of what I take away is I think there's a different perspective here on the platform. Our job is to document that that's the feedback that was given. But if that's the state of the conversation, I think we can clarify that, unless there's further need to respond to any of the feedback. In the meantime, we have Ollie, you have another comment?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment that perhaps it's not black and white. In other words, there is not a statewide platform versus IOU specific platform. There are things that perhaps has to be unified statewide. For example, we talked about the information exchanges with CalISO and the formats, the process, the rules, that whole thing has to be unified. So what San Diego sends to CalISO be the same as PG&E sends in terms of all the structures, and that's very obvious things. And then things like formats of, if there is a registry or things of that nature, formats should be the same. But at the same time, perhaps folks in San Diego may not care about DERs that exist in Eureka. And so there may be certain functionalities, certain capabilities that are localized to each IOU. However, there are things that has to be unified across the nation so that the aggregators and the markets and others can effectively operate statewide. But then each utility, each IOU can have its own localized capabilities for managing its own business. And I think perhaps there is a balance there, that what needs to be done statewide, what needs to be done each locally by each utility.
I said, David, Claire had her hand up first, but so I think we want to take her comment and then go to David.
Thanks, Jay. Claire Broom, representing 350 Bay Area. I just wanted to strongly endorse Sam Golding's suggestion of trying to recognize the potential for this proceedings to really be of assistance to ratepayers and the public. And I hope that Gridworks and others can follow up on the specific suggestions and models that he's providing. As a ratepayer supporter and a ratepayer, we all know that California electricity is quite expensive. And based on the Public Utility Commission's own white paper, that investments in distribution infrastructure and transmission infrastructure are very substantial parts of that acceleration of electricity prices. So, and we also have some, you all are more expert, but some substantial evidence that increasing the flexibility of loads that DER permits and save costs for ratepayers. So I really think this proceedings is extremely important in trying to accelerate that flexibility and capture experience from other areas that can get us there near term. Thank you.
So far, I take away a lot from that, but you would also support the level of urgency that we heard from the Cal Advocates office.
Absolutely. And Cal Advocates, they did a very nice study showing that the impacts of electrification could be reduced. The cost of that infrastructure could be reduced by $35 billion just with managed charging. So I think that's a great example that they've provided of how this really could be a benefit to ratepayers.
Okay. Thanks for sharing that, Claire. David, you've been waiting patiently. Yet further comments you want to respond with?
Yeah, so I'll add a few more thoughts. I don't think this will definitively answer the question, but I think understanding the comment on local versus statewide, I think is a really good one. So what are the policies and programs that need to be harmonized across the state versus where is it appropriate for things to be different? So should each IOU have sort of a different menu of grid services it's procuring, or should that be the same across the state? That's a question that we should talk about. But getting back to the platforms, as we read the descriptions of the platforms, like the statewide DER registry, so that's something that is part of our foundational suite of grid mod investments. So that feels duplicative. We're building the communications infrastructure to talk to individual DERs or to talk to aggregators. And so to the extent that the statewide platform is being built for communication, that feels duplicative. Now, our grid mod plans right now don't have that sort of market layer on top yet. We don't have a performance monitoring and verification system. We don't have a settlements system. And so there is a need for that. That would be incremental and layered on top. Does it make sense to do that through a third party or just layer it, directly integrated to our own systems that we're building? Our sense is that it makes more sense to have it be directly integrated, and that would be allow for a tighter connection between operations and the market piece that would ultimately allow for a higher performing system. And so that's motivating a lot of our comments on this. I think if there's a desire for a standalone entity that we would interact with, some of the questions we'd want to ask is, what functional capabilities is it adding that are different than the ones that are already being built into our foundational systems? And then what are the costs and benefits of having a third-party entity provide this market layer versus having it directly integrated into ADMS and DERMS, basically?
Okay, David, I think I heard two broad comments. I think you noted that there was an important need for discussion on what you said, local versus statewide offerings. What types of services would be consistent throughout the state and what may be more localized within your own markets or specific to your service territory. So I think that was teed up for need for further discussion. And then we heard more perspective on the statewide platforms. So want to thank you for that. I don't see any other hands up at the moment. We do have about 10 minutes left that we've planned or scheduled for this discussion. If we don't need all of that, I think a break in the afternoon will be well taken. So I want to give, let's see, it looks like, John, you have written into the chat a response to Woon. I don't know if, do you want to come online and offer anything, or you think that we have written sufficient?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Woon.
No, go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, I was just going to support the idea that, right now our flexible connection pilots are serving the purpose of, developing the mechanics of the technology and the customer relationship and the customer contract and the appetite of a single customer. When we get into multiple customers using the flexible connection concept, we then get into how much load is each customer going to manage to, and how is that deficiency on that capacity going to be parsed out to the different customers. And each time you add an additional customer, it gets more complicated as to the delineation between trying to meet the constrained circuit need or the available capacity and who is going to participate in what. And does the appetite for that scenario change over time? So I think the next steps there are really to really discuss and study the various configurations that could exist when you get greater than 2 customers there, and then test against that to determine if what happens to the customer appetite and the capability of the different customers to actually participate to meet a multi-customer constraint, and do they perform correctly to meet that constraint. And until we get there, I don't think there's any necessarily a regulatory action that needs to take place, but I do think that the support on engaging in additional study and pilot is going to be necessary to really flush it out deeper.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Thanks. I take that when you feel like you got your question answered. Great, thank you. Let's see. I think I don't see any other hands up. I do maybe want to circle back to comment, or I think what Gabe had asked for to tee up this conversation. I think it was assuming these tools are in place. Yeah, I think he posed the question to IOUs, what additional uses do you see? David, I think you gave some good explanations. I think we've also heard that some of these areas are being proposed for an additional set of pilots that could then help inform the types of products and marketplaces to offer or offer these services. We had a discussion on the pros and cons of a statewide flexibility marketplace. Not seeing a ton of other further commentary here, so maybe Gabe, I want to maybe ask you, are there any other topics that at this point you would like to hear any feedback from the group on, or opportunity to close this out? If we don't have any other commentary here, we can finish a few minutes early, but I want to thank you for stepping up and showing the importance of this topic to the group here, and see if you have any other thoughts or questions in potentially closing.
No, it's been a great discussion. Thanks everyone, and let's just keep moving along.
Okay, thanks for that. And so I think with that, we will move, plan to have a break next. And basically, I think we'll stick to the scheduled start time here. So we'll start up again on our last discussion, which will be about data sharing, which we've delved into a lot already. So I think that's positive, and that we teed this up in a number of different ways so far. And we'll see you back here at 4 o'clock, and look forward to our final discussion. So thank you all for your participation, and see you back here in about 20 minutes. Hi, everyone. It's 4 o'clock, so we're gonna regroup again here and move into our last session. So yeah, thanks, Serena. And this last session is been a topic of discussion, or a topic of high interest throughout all the workshops we've had. We've had some discussions on this already today, and it's the various different perspectives and interests we've heard in data sharing in a high DER future. And so to tee up this discussion, we've extracted some of the feedback we've heard from participants so far in workshop 1, and we heard again on some of this more this morning on some of the earlier topics. And workshop 1, we heard from the CAISO on the importance they saw for data sharing, the ability to understand and anticipate operational impacts of DER. We also heard this morning, I think, alignment between CAISO and UCAN's proposal for a statewide data sharing hub. We've also, what we put here are some of the other feedback and perspectives we've heard from the Climate Center, Cal Advocates. So I think we've heard that this is an important topic. We wanted to give airtime for the discussion, and just use this as the backdrop that we've heard it's important, and we think heard that you think there needs to be improvements to the current status quo, but we have, I think, differing views on how to do that and the effectiveness. So if you want to step forward one slide, Serena. Yeah. So we've cast this fairly broadly, given the range of topics encompassed in the perspectives. So we want to focus the discussion on what actions are you recommending that CPUC take. And I think we teed up some of that discussion on the statewide data sharing hub and the flexibility platform. I don't know if Samuel, you want to start us off here again, and we've heard some of the feedback that we've generated on your discussion. Richard, you're our brave soul for the afternoon, so thank you for that.
I've got a question. Yeah, I just wanted to find out, and I think this may be a question for Gabe because I feel like I think this falls within his portfolio, but data access is also track 2 of the customer programs OIR. And I know that there was a proposal at one point, I think, to set up a data working group as part of that. I thought it just might be useful to understand the overlap between thinking of a process or a framework for dealing with data access going forward in this proceeding and the overlap with what's happening in the customer programs OIR track 2, and perhaps an update on where that track is up to.
Gabe, are you willing to
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Yeah, I had the same exact question when I saw this on the agenda. So we did check around internally on this because I didn't want to duplicate work that's already scoped into another proceeding. I thought that might be confusing for folks. But as it turns out, and maybe you're aware, that proceeding, the customer programs proceeding, has had some unforeseen delays. And so while normally we would be hesitant to take on a subject that's, clearly scoped in another proceeding, based on the internal assessment we did, it was determined that it would be at least helpful to start identifying some of the issues, and that eventually that proceeding will get moving again. So given that they haven't really made any progress, there is a feeling that we could at least identify some helpful issues that need to be resolved, and that could be a form of input eventually for that proceeding. So hopefully that helps answer the question, but it is definitely a fair question.
Can I just follow up to say, in that OIR, we Cal Advocates had proposed a data working group and start to think about, because there's a lot of different dimensions on data access. This is a super important topic. We had proposed that we at least try to, through a data working group, try to pass out perhaps what the different use cases for data and data access are. And I think I had seen that scoped into that OIR, and I thought, so I did think that was a good idea. I think maybe what Gabe is suggesting could be an input into that. So if we think about data access here, that could feed into any consideration of data use cases in that other proceeding. But yeah, I think that's our comments and reflects what we had said on that other OIR.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, Gabe.
Amanda, do you have anything else you'd like to add about this question?
Thanks, Gabe. No, I just put it in the chat that the proceeding, we have a data access and cost effectiveness proceeding for DERs. And that in that proceeding, we are in the process of establishing a data working group. And as Gabe mentioned, we have been a bit delayed in finding a facilitator for that working group. And so, but we are in the process of doing that in that proceeding. So that's all I wanted to add. Thanks, Gabe.
Thanks, Gabe. Thanks, Amanda. We have a bunch of hands up here, so I think we'll go. Nikhil, I think you were the first one among this group.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. This is Nikhil Vijaykar on behalf of the joint CCAs. And this is following up on the discussion on the two different proceedings. the CCAs are very supportive of the data working group idea and will participate actively in that process. I think my understanding is, and again, any clarification from folks involved in the two proceedings or from ED would be helpful here, but my understanding is that that proceeding and the data working group being developed in that proceeding was interested in looking at energy consumption data. So access to energy consumption data, including, interval data to support rates initiatives, as well as interval data to support things like load forecasting. And then it may have also been concerned with data access as far as data sharing on what programs customers are participating in. I think today's discussion and the discussion in this track of this proceeding has really been more about distribution system data, both where DERs are located as well as distribution grid constraints. And that data, of course, I think as many folks have rightly discussed, is of interest because it informs both rate and program design. So I think as the way that I see it is we're really talking about access to a different set of data in this proceeding, but if there's more overlap, then and if somebody thinks that there's more overlap than how I'm describing it, then please let me know.
I think you said it really well. The customer programs OIR with the data working group has a broader scope than probably what we're contemplating here. So thank you for that. I think that's a good point.
Thanks, both of you. I think got a couple other hands up. Josh Keeling, you want to come on and we have an affiliation here, but yeah, introduce yourself.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Jay. Josh at you said API. Yeah, I just wanted to put some sort of cautions here in this conversation and just the broader context. One is that I think it is, and we've seen many cases of this, and I think California has some good cases of this, of like siloing the conversation around sort of more proactive planning public data from the conversation around consent-based and integrated data transfer. If you don't have both of those, then like one is pretty useless, because if you can't deploy assets effectively at the customer levels, then we've seen time and time again that that's a real problem. And so all the great planning data in the world without an actionable way to take advantage of it is not particularly helpful. So would really encourage keeping that in mind. I think that a lot of this, we see a lot of this cases of data access tends to focus on sort of public facing data sets. But in reality, when we see things really break down, a lot of this is things that take place on a consent basis. So the transfer of secure data between third parties and customers, and would really encourage ensuring that we're being very thoughtful from a principles basis, not just hey, what are some cool use cases that we can take advantage of, but on the broader sense, what do we need the infrastructure to look like? Because we have plenty of good examples, for instance, with the data sharing platforms that have been deployed for a while with the IOUs, where there was a long discussion about that design, they were deployed and then not really monitored and held to performance standards on a regular basis. And as we look to enable a high DER future, I think it's really critical that we treat the integration of data between DER providers, third parties in both directions, more like the operational asset that we are aspiring to treat it as from a planning and operations perspective. So it may not be sexy, but really getting into the details around how we're integrating that data, how it's performing, how reliable and accurate it is, how timely it is. And that's been a big issue for the CCAs, for a lot of the third parties across the board. And to ensure that the infrastructure here is actionable, we're really going to need to keep a focus on that. So sorry, a bit long-winded, but.
No, Josh, thanks for that. I guess on that last we can boil it down. What's what's your best recommendation to the commission, based on what you're saying? I mean, I think you're trying to highlight well, I want to leave it.
I think one, I would say that we really need to keep an eye on things like accuracy, reliability, and performance requirements. So things like latency. This has been an issue, even setting aside some of the Green Button Connect issues that have come up. This was a huge issue on hosting capacity, for instance, not having timely updates of hosting capacity, inaccurate hosting capacity. Data integrity is critical here, but also keeping in mind that data access is thinking about things like consent, privacy policies, standards of integration is going to be really important. So I just want to be careful that we're not just siloing to some of the more research-oriented public-facing data sets, because we've seen examples both in California and other states where a focus on those tends to really not activate the market from a DER perspective.
Okay, great. Thanks for the clarification. Samuel, I think you had your hand up next, and then Claire.
Thanks, Jay. Samuel, on behalf of UCAN. Well, so our recommendation is to implement a statewide standardized API to ensure that the data authorization process, all the protocols, and the data formats are the same for third-party access on a statewide basis. And so that we've pointed to a proposal to develop this sort of data hub concept or structure that is underway in New England right now, where stakeholders get together, they define a logical data model with all of the formats for the required data. The individual utilities are responsible for pulling and normalizing that data from their AMI networks and their DERMS or MDMS and their customer information systems upon request. And it flows through a centralized web portal or standardized API to third parties. And this concept also includes, it's less developed, but it also includes the ability for load serving entities and DER providers, aggregators, to begin providing data back from DERs through the data hub to utilities, to CAISO. There'd be a neutral third-party vendor to run that and to manage the third-party registrations and permissions, and then updating that platform. How it evolves over time would be kind of a representative stakeholder-driven process to enable innovations and meet the needs of the DER marketplace. So it's designed to be both standardized and efficient, but also extensible as these markets evolve over time. I think, what the CCA representative Nikhil was mentioning, that this is more about access to distribution grid data, DER assets. That's valid, but also UCAN's presentation in the last workshop covered a variety of issues that the utilities have had with reliably delivering energy usage data to market participants. And so we went over actually utility API's presentation to the CEC and the LMS docket about how each utility's green button implementation had fallen far short of expectations. We went over how the IOUs have struggled to provide energy usage data that smart meter AMI interval data to CCAs on an operational basis. SDG&E and Edison now are. PG&E is still having issues with that. And we also went over how Cavala Analytics had uncovered the fact that the IOUs were in about 15% of instances not kind of linking their feeders with substations. So in terms of their own network mapping, there were gaps. And also in terms of managing the interconnection, databases. There were significant omissions in terms of, 80% of battery storage assets were lacking their capacity, for example. And so that we took all that as context for underscoring the need to bring in a specialized and dedicated third-party administrator to provide these functions, to make sure that the DER register was actually recording everything, collecting all the data we need to enable these markets, and that we needed a fundamentally different approach to enabling data access across all utilities and across all their subsystems. And I'll pause there. That was our recommendation.
Great. Thanks for offering and recapping that, Samuel. I think, Claire, your hand's up next. And folks can weigh in on the chat as well. Sorry, go ahead, Claire.
Sure. So this is an incredibly important discussion, and I think Josh and Samuel's specific details are both very important. I wanted to speak to, and I also appreciate Richard and Gabe and Amanda considering the appropriate place in the proceedings, various proceedings for this to happen. In a past life, I was the program part of a very large IT integration process. So I actually know what Samuel's talking about data models. And I would say this is so central to not only the high DER that we've been discussing, but also to CCA functioning in multiple proceedings, that I would strongly urge the PUC to not silo this in a data working group in a proceedings, but to take it as the serious technical accountability issue that it represents. Samuel did an elegant summary of the experience of the CCAs. My shorthand is they've been trying to get data about their only customers since 2012, which suggests to me that there's a big gap in the accountability. It's such a big gap that I think the notion that we need an expert third party with a statewide focus on is capable of producing a logical data model and implementing this should be given a very high priority. And I'm not sure where that gets housed in the different silos at the PUC, but I think this is fundamental and way past time to have it addressed, in my humble opinion. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Claire. Let's see, Tam, you've had your hand up for a while.
Yeah, hi. And Jay, didn't know you were in Hawaii, so aloha to you from the Big Island. So we've heard a lot of people kind of chime in with support for the notion of a third-party administrator in some manner, whether it's ICA or broader scope. I also want to suggest there may be some merit here to a broader ICA working group. Again, I'm not sure where it should be housed, probably this proceeding, but I defer to staff on that. There was a very productive period in the interconnection proceeding over a few-year period with working groups 1, 2, and 3 on Rule 21 reform. And it looks like there could be some pretty beneficial dialogue among parties about really nuts and bolts issues and how to achieve, a little more rapid improvement on these issues as a complementary measure, or perhaps as a preliminary measure to, a possible handoff to a third-party administrator. Thanks.
Thanks for sharing that, Tam. And I guess, Josh, you had your hand up next. You had another follow-up comment.
Yeah, sorry. Thanks, Jay. Yeah, I just wanted to make clear here. I completely agree with the comments from UCAN on the statewide data platform. There's very strong precedent for the success of this in many contexts, and I think California can build on the lessons learned on earlier deployments that we've seen taking place, for instance, in New York, also in Texas with Smart Meter Texas. Not suggesting that those need to be replicated, but particularly here, there's very clear evidence of the value for we have a standard in place that has a very high bar that it provides in terms of security in Green Button Connect. And in the latest version of the standard Green Button Connect 4.0, which exceeds the standards of many of the IOU's data transfer protocols that they're using today. And we do not, in fact, even have certified platforms in place for the IOUs today. We have many uncertified or basically custom platforms that have been deployed are not being held to a standard. Putting that into a consolidated place allows for common accountability. And also, I would say it is really important to not neglect the value of consolidating the data transfer between distribution companies and LSEs with that of distribution companies and IOUs or third parties. The value in so doing allows for a much greater degree of consistency and coordination for things like CCA programs, market programs, regional programs like the CEC's DSGS or DEBA. Having a common set of data transfer and a common source of truth across those common authorization process allows for greater security, transparency, management of things like scope of use to comply with things like CCPA here in California, allows common accountability and dispute resolution to avoid things like double dipping in programs between distribution-led programs, CCA-led programs, and others. And gives a common forum of governance where disputes arise. So I cannot overstate the power of consolidating that in a centralized way, especially in such a large market such as California.
Great, thank you, Josh, for I think we've heard a strong, a lot of strong feedback and recommendations on considering this third-party statewide platform. Peter Clower from CAISO, I think you had some additional support you wanted to offer. I think you want to come on and share that, but I think we've also heard some differing perspectives on this topic, so I want to make sure that we allow for that discussion as well. But in the meantime, Peter, if you want to offer anything further building on your comment here, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Peter. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't think we need to go too much further into the detail. All the comments around this, I think, have been key. When you look at the power that a common data platform can provide, all the entities across the state grid operators, I think it's just really important. I think with a common platform, we can agree on things like the data architecture, the attributes for the data elements, the essentially anything that we need to do to share common data across the different systems. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, I did want to make sure we provide opportunity for hearing the various different perspectives here. Well, Ali has his hand up. In the meantime, Michael, if you want to get ready to, if you want to verbally share your thought process.
I can have a short one. Again, this is a very important element. This is a fundamental element for other things we talked about. The comment is that we also have to not only look at the attributes and formats and whatnot, but what are the elements for which we need to have, common formats and attributes and structures. For example, when we look at aggregations, that say, for example, at Cal ISO, probably they wouldn't care about individual thermostats or individual loads. They would be interested in aggregations. But what are all the elements that goes into an aggregation? Locations, entities, et cetera. So thinking through the data that needs to be exchanged, and first of all, identifying the data that needs to be common, and then carefully looking at what information needs to be there, and then start structuring and relating these across the things. So this is a major job, but that's certainly a very foundational thing for the lot of things we have been talking.
Oh yeah, well, I think that brings us back to a point that we want to get to. I think recentering our discussion here, the focus of this proceeding is enabling the high DER future. I think we've heard, I think as we get comments from folks related to this topic, I think the extent we can make them more specific and actionable to the commission, I think that's what we're trying to, by the end of this discussion, fairly shortly. I think that's the type of list that we want to look for.
I can make a comment on that. Looking at the entire processes for management of DERs throughout the whole system, from the aggregators, CCAs, IOUs, and the ISO, all the stakeholders. And what are all the different processes that involve the interactions around those, and what are all the data associated with those, starting the process at that level, defining the use cases or the information flows, and then what data goes back and forth and as needed, and then drilling down into data structures and whatnot. So starting from the higher level use cases and information flows, considering the stakeholder community, identifying stakeholders, defining the processes, defining the data exchange, the exchanges that occur, and then drilling down into the data models and the data attributes and things like that. So starting is at a higher level.
And I think following from that, Michael Brizian from Southern California Edison, I think we want to share some more feedback on, I think your comment follows along these lines.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, maybe we won't get there in the next 30 minutes here, but really for this to be kind of a productive discussion in my mind, we need to start with each individual use case and identify the data elements that need to be available to accomplish each use case. And the concern I expressed in the chat was just that without that, I mean, I hear a lot of parties expressing interest in access and availability of data and concerns about data quality. But I have a really hard time stitching that together into what exactly we're trying to accomplish for each of those sets of data. We've talked about a variety of different concepts and capabilities throughout this series of workshops. And for this to be, truly productive, I think it needs to be dialed into exactly which use case requires which data and who requires access to it.
Do you have thought process on where and how to, or not so much how, but where appropriate place to do that?
Yeah, so I mean, I was encouraged by the scope of the data working groups in the R.21-06-017 proceeding that was mentioned previously. That looks like a fairly well-structured approach. So in my view, that's the right place to have that discussion.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I think we've got a couple comments here. I haven't had a chance to catch up. I think there was a comment in response. Samuel, you have.
Oh, Jay, yeah. In response to Michael and also SDG&E's comment in the chat, I agree with that we do need to define the use cases, and we need kind of stakeholders to drill down on exactly what sort of data is necessary. But that's part of this proposal. It's just simply recognizing the need to have those conversations in an ongoing way, where market participants can help to evolve data access over time, and then access that data through a common platform across all the utilities. So it's I don't see these objections as being kind of relevant to the decision of whether or not we should deploy this on a statewide basis.
Fair enough. I think I want to maybe Amanda, I apologize for calling on you, but I think maybe we've heard that the working group is a existing key forum here. I think is there anything further you can add on the timing of kind of having those discussions move forward? I think that may channel a lot of the interest here. So I guess anything further you want to add?
Yeah, so we're currently in that proceeding. We've set out a very preliminary scope, what the working group is going to look at, and kind of like what our utility colleagues were mentioning about use cases and business cases for the data working group and for the data that we're looking at. The timing is still, as Gabe mentioned, we're working on it, establishing the working group and getting a facilitator. So hopefully, in the next few months, we will get moving on that in that proceeding. But I think it's a very valid question to talk about data access here, and I really appreciate all of the comments, and I know the commissioner would too, of all the participants here today on this data access question. It's something we've been thinking about, and we would really appreciate stakeholder comment on. So I think that's all I can say for now.
Got it. Tim, you've had want to clarify, your hand's been raised for a while. I'm not sure if that was a remnant from before or you.
Remnant, sorry.
Not a problem. Looking through our list of comments here. Sam, I guess you want to have a clarification? Sorry, that was Sam White. You had further in the chat here, you had further commentary, clarification.
Sure, thank you. I mean, there are, obviously certain legitimate concerns about which data goes where, but if we're talking about use cases, this is existing data, which is collected through ratepayer paid devices at ratepayer expense, and we want to be using for ratepayer benefit. This is not new data where we need to be investing a lot to collect something that wasn't previously known. It's making sure the data we have is A, reliable, and B, available for analysis. We've certainly seen, numerous cases where, having big data illuminates trends and opportunities which were not apparent without having that data to analyze. So yes, absolutely, where we have known use cases, and we have many of them that have been identified already, those are relevant to make sure that those are worthwhile and can be fulfilled in a timely and cost-effective manner. But the idea that data should not be available unless there's a particular predefined role for it before seeing the data and understanding what insights can be derived from that data is not very forward thinking.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to catch up on the other comments that have come in here. So Sam, thank you for sharing that feedback as well. So I guess what I'd really like to try and help, we've heard the good discussion dialogue. I think it's also very clear that this is a high priority across the participants here in a number of different areas. I think I want to try and redirect in the final tens of minutes here. Your basically the specific recommendations from this group to the commission in this proceeding. And I think phrased this in a few different ways in prior discussions. In a final order coming from the commission, what set of actions would you suggest that that you recommend that they include in there, and that if they adopted, you think would make a significant improvement on data access related to high DER. Let me try. Can we get the refocusing on this very specific question here in this proceeding? What actions do you recommend to the commission to take?
I have a recommendation. This is Samuel.
Yeah.
I would create a governance council to develop and evolve the data hub. And it would start with a certified green button implementation on a statewide basis. And it would be expected to be regularly updated and expanded over time in coordination with the utilities to enable additional bring in additional data from their DERM systems and integrate with the DER register wherever that functionality is found or created, and eventually also allow for load serving entities and DER aggregators to share data through that standardized framework and API as well.
Thank you, Samuel. Any other folks want to offer their perspectives on, again, what you recommend for actions to take in this proceeding related to this topic? Okay, we're getting a lot of written comments. Anything else people want to come on and share? And also understood there's not much more needed for discussion here as well. I think we can bring ourselves to a close, or we've allocated 50 minutes to the discussion. We're at about 40 now. We've covered most of the people want to share. I think had a full day as well. So giving one last chance for folks to weigh in what they want to recommend to the commission. Otherwise, we'll probably look forward to closing. Okay, not hearing anything further. Neha's going to help us go through closing, and then, or
Yep,
Neha, you coming up? There you go. Thank you.
Thanks, Jay, for doing the Lions chair today. And thank you all for sticking with us until the very end. So as I mentioned at the outset, the presentation, the slide deck from today, as well as a recording of the workshop will be posted to Gridworks Future Grid Study webpage, which is here on the slide. And Serena, if I can ask you to drop that in the chat. As with previous workshops, we will produce a meeting summary and share that out via various service lists, and that will also be posted to our website. And then the big thing coming out of this whole series is the Future Grid Study. So that will be a compilation of the 3 workshop reports, as well as the gap analysis, that matrix that we have been working on and that we shared a preliminary version of last week. So that will be finalized and will also be included in the Future Grid Study. And that we are anticipating will be shared this summer. And final note, so the Future Grid Study will be shared out this summer, and then the commission is anticipating asking for comments on that Future Grid Study in order to form a record for any decision making. Just want to note that parties will be allowed to comment on the Future Grid Study. So if you are not a party in this proceeding, or maybe you're a party in another proceeding, but not in this proceeding, in order to be able to have your comments be on the record, you will need to become a party in the high DER proceeding. So keep that in mind. If you do a quick Google of how do I become a party CPUC, it's pretty straightforward. And I'm sure the folks from Energy Division or the public sorry, not the public advocate's office, the public advisor's office can help you out if you have any questions. Lastly, Serena, next slide. We are always trying to get better at what we're doing here. So if you have a couple minutes to fill out this survey, we'd appreciate it. And yes, I will ask Serena to also drop that one in the chat if she already did. Great. And yeah, I'll just pause here before I let you all go for any questions or final comments.
Well, while we're waiting for any final comments or questions, I'll just say great job, Gridworks team, as well as the Energy Division team that worked with you. So really appreciate all the work you put in, and thank you to all the participants for all the excellent discussion and ideas and thoughts that you've all shared today.
I want to second that. Thank you so much to Gridworks and to Energy Division and
Great, thanks,
all the participants.
I'm gonna say the same. Thank you for everyone's participation through 3 workshops now. We're talking about hours and hours of your time. You've stuck with us and offered a lot of valuable insights. So thank you for that. Thank you for all the folks from the CPUC involved. It's been a pleasure working with everyone here, and thanks for your continued participation here.
All right, with that, I think we'll leave the slide up for another minute so folks have easy access to the link. But thank you so much for your participation and have a good rest of your day.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.